Hey guys, I've never, ever, ever put anybody in timeout. This is the first time I ever used that because that's ridiculous. I spent a lot of money for files and records requests for other cases. Evelyn saying I don't have original material. I do my own records request for this one. I tried to. It took forever. The way they did it was different, and I'm not going to pay $70,000 for calls. So I'm going to just let phone calls from prison is putting them out anyway. But like, yeah, I don't want to be the original for the fangirls because why? Like, I'm going to have access to Candy. I'm not on Team Wade, so she's not going to sit there and do an interview with me. But anyway, yeah, I put her in timeout. I know. I've never done that. I swear to God, I've never timed out anybody before. That's the first time I've ever done that. I've hid people if they're like trolls or like bots or whatever. I've done that only if it's usually like a bot type thing. And I've removed like comments a little bit. I barely do it. But that's the first time I timed out. Oh, well, I don't care. I don't even feel bad because she kept repeating it. Anyway, so yeah, it is a repost, but it's only a couple hours old, and I want to watch it with you guys. It's very interesting. Candy, I mean, it's the first, and it's not even that old. Like I said, it's a couple hours old. That's pretty new. Yeah, so she came out and she is telling. I gotta put my phone somewhere. It's bugging me. Ugh. It's in my way. She's telling the kind of a story about Wade and like the adoption and everything. So I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. I'm sure a lot of you guys haven't seen it yet. So how many of you guys haven't seen it? Put a 1 if you have and a 2. We'll always keep the 2 for no and 1 if yes. You know how I always have you guys vote? And like I'll put a 1 if you have seen it or 2 if you haven't. We'll just make sure we keep those always the same. And then we'll get used to like what that means. So put a 2 if you haven't. Plus, I have other things I want to play too. That's not just that. I have other things I collected. Not a ton of new stuff today, but just a few little things that I've been collecting I've seen. Okay, cool. Oh, and then the jail calls. I'm probably not going to play that. I mean, because I'm sure everybody goes over and listens to on phone calls from prison or jumpsuit. But if you guys haven't listened to that, I mean, I don't understand. I'm trying to like put it into perspective how. I wish I knew the exact date of this phone call because this was obviously, I guess it was obviously after any of the phone calls were released. Because I'm thinking like, why would she be saying all this stuff after knowing, the phone calls are being released? But no, because the phone calls didn't start getting released till like June, maybe end of June, was it? Or beginning of July? I have to go back and see. So this is estimated June or July, I think it says, right? So it can't be. It can't be, right? Because she'd be so stupid to like say all that stuff in phone calls knowing they're going to be released. But wow, she is showing herself. Like this one's even worse. Like it's even more like making her look worse, like even in the last ones about like what she thinks of all the Wade supporters. Oh my Lord. She's really digging herself in a hole with these phone calls. Wow. It's not good. Oh, cool, Angie. All right, let's just get right into it. Or should I just wait a couple minutes? Because a lot of times people will come and then they'll be like, oh, well, and then they miss it. If I play like the main thing right away, I feel like. Let's just wait 2 more minutes. I'll just say hi to a couple people so people come in before it. Because I'm going to just start off with the Candy thing. So I just want most people to be in here and watching it. But actually, I will share my screen while I'm waiting. All right, let me say hi to a few people too. Entire share, and I'll do this one. All right. Hi, Fruit Loopy. Fruit Loopy. Hey, no judgment here with Tish Ross. How are you? Georgia, Angie, Corey. Oh, Corey, did you get my response to my email? I've responded. How are you? Yeah, she did. Hey, True Crime Christy. Well, she's gonna, I mean, I don't know. Wonder when she's gonna come out and say something. I mean, I don't even know how she's gonna redeem herself. I don't know if it's possible. Hey, Teresa. Hey, Poetic. Georgia, Linky Lou, Angie, thank you, yay. Aw, hey Jillian, hey Leah, hey TT, got ER, Stacy, Amy, Mysterious, Vicky, Laura, Glenda, okay, hey E-Rock, Shimmy Dancer, Temptress. God, we got everybody in the house today. Billy Helicus, Ashley, Canary. Thanks, guys, for coming. Jalen. Hey, Sarah. Are you the only mod so far? You probably are, huh? I don't have that many mods left. Well, I have like some, like the mods, there's only a few that come regularly, which is, it's fine. I'd rather have like a few that I really trust than a bunch that I don't. All right. Iona. Oh, interrogation files. I haven't seen you in a while. I did the Colt Gray. Thank you for that report. Actually, I didn't get to finish reading some of that, but thank you. How are you doing? Thank you, True Crime. All right, let's just get into this. Okay. I got it up. Are you guys ready? So this is Candy. This is Wade's adoptive mother. So basically who raised him, because we know he was adopted as a baby, 6 months, not even a year old. He got adopted. And she explains it. So she basically raised him. So yeah. Here we go. Let me know if you guys could hear it when it starts.
Today, for the very first time, we bring you the story of Wade Wilson from the perspective of someone who knew him long before his name made headlines. This is an exclusive interview with Candy, Wade's mother, who opens up about the boy she raised, the struggles he faced, and the man he became.
I'm Candy Wilson. I am Wade's adoptive mother, and Wade is my third baby. We have two other children. We were married in 1973, and we never tried not to have a baby. And it was 7 years before my first child came, which was a daughter. And then it was 7 years after my first daughter, my second daughter came, which was of course, a girl. And we still wanted more children. About 5 years after my second was born, I ended up with a hysterectomy. So obviously I couldn't have any more, and we put in for an adoption. We wanted more children. I would have loved to have a boy. That was just one thing on my mind constantly. And we prayed about it. And it came to my attention one day that there was a young girl, such she had been in my Sunday school class, that was pregnant. And she was 14 years old, and her mom came to me and asked if I was interested in adopting her baby. Well, first she asked if we would take care of her baby after she had the baby for a couple weeks till she could decide what she wanted to do. And I thought, sure, it'd be almost like playing house. I would love it. Anyway, Wade was born, and he was born Anthony Tesasica. He was born, and she brought him over to our house, and he was an infant. He was as cute as a dumpling. I mean, we just fell head over heels for him. I was so excited. In fact, we went out, we bought a bassinet, we bought a few baby things. Even though I knew we were giving him back in 2 weeks, I still wanted him to be comfortable. Time went by, and I guess it was about a week later, we realized how much we loved this little boy. I mean, we were so in love with him, and he looked at us with trusting eyes. We knew that he needed to be with us. So I went to the grandmother who I knew from church, and she said that her daughter did want to give up the baby up for adoption, but she wasn't sure when. So at that point, we thought, well, this is probably out. We had put in for adoption before, and with the state, it takes a long time for adoptions to go through. So we prayed about it again, and we waited. Finally, I got a call from her lawyer, the mother's lawyer, the biological mother's lawyer. And she said to me, do you still want to adopt my baby? And of course, it came out of my mouth before I even probably thought about it. I said, yes, yes, yes. She said, okay, well, I've contacted my lawyer. And she said, you have to get a lawyer. So I said, no problem. So we went and got a lawyer, and it turned out she was also a judge. She put the adoption through, and she said, since you have had the little boy for a week, she said, that's like foster care. We can skip that, and we can go right into adoption procedures. And that was around August of the year he was born, in May. And Wade was still very, very little, and the adoption was not going to be finalized until December 22nd of that year, the year he was born. And I thought, well, okay, we've got him in our house. We went out, we bought a crib and all the things baby needs, and we were so excited. She brought him over to us, and I remember her laying him on the couch, and the three of us, because my husband wasn't home at the time, he was a salesman, and he wasn't home, and my two daughters, myself, ran over to him. I was afraid we were going to smother him. We loved him so much. And of course, that made the mom very, very happy, but also sad. I could see it in her eyes. I know she didn't want to give him up, but she felt that was the best. And, I had no problem with that. Anyway, she left, and we took over. Oh, we had clothes for him. We had toys for him, everything. He was really not able to play as like the girls thought. They tried playing blocks with him. He's still little. He was still having tummy time. So Wade, he grew up and into this wonderful person. But anyway, the adoption did go through on December 22nd. But the biological mom, had 1 year from December 22nd to the next year, December 22nd, to obtain him again. And we changed his name from Anthony to Wade. My older daughter said, no, Mom, we can't have anything like, Tom or Henry. We have to have a W. So I've always liked the name Wade. And I said, well, we'll call him Wade and we'll name him Stephen. Even though my husband's name is Steve, we'll name him Stephen, Wade Stephen Wilson. And we all loved it. And that was great. Anyway, a year went by, and the biological mom never contacted us. But I can tell you one thing. Every time my phone rang, I was scared to death to answer it, because I just was afraid that she would call and say, I want him back. But she never did. Well, he grew up, and with my husband's job, we moved around a lot. We were in quite a few cities in Florida. And we got to one point, we had moved to North Carolina. And Wade he was a stinker. He started kindergarten in North Carolina. And Wade was always very, very independent. When he first started kindergarten, and he said, Mom, you can't take me to school. I've got to take the bus. He's in kindergarten. I didn't want him to take the bus. So I thought, well, okay, you take the bus. I'll follow behind the bus and make sure you get to school. I mean, I was an absolute basket case. Well, I followed him to school. He got into class. It was wonderful. This was his very first day. He came home, but he didn't come home. He went on the bus, some other bus. I was frantic. My daughters, I said, I had one daughter going one way, one going the other way, and I went another way. Went to the school trying to find out where he was. Long story short, there was another child in his class that was very frightened and was afraid that they couldn't, I think it was a boy, that he couldn't find his way home. So Wade said, I'll take you home. I'll go on the bus with you. So he went on the bus with his young boy, and the boy got off because his mom was waiting at the bus stop. Wade stayed on the bus. The bus driver saw this, and he called into the school, and so that's how we all connected again. But it had been a couple hours. I was a basket case. It was terrible. So that's one of the things that he did. But as he got older, Wade was such a delight. He always brought me little dandelions every day because we were close enough to the schools that he could walk to school, and he'd hit them for me and he'd bring them in. And in fact, one time he picked a dandelion, got stung by a bee. I felt so bad. But he was such a caring child. I mean, there was no anger in him. He was always smiling. He was always happy. People loved him. I mean, he was really a good child. Things would happen at school, and Wade always stood up for the underdog. He was just, even the teachers would say, Wade is so good. He's always doing this for us and doing that. Wade always volunteered to do the dirty work. He just did. He was a good kid. Other things that happened when we had Mother's Day, the school that he went to, they brought in some trinkets. You know, Mother's Day pins, Mother's Day flowers and everything, and the children could buy them. Well, Wade picked out something, and I said, well, how much money do you need? He said, oh, you can't give me money. He said, I'm buying it for you. I have to earn it. So he did something. I can't remember what it was, but he did something, and I paid him for it. And he went to school, and he brought home, and I still have it, a beautiful little brooch. And it has an arrow and a heart in it. And it says, Mom. I wore that thing so proud. Anyway, Wade was a good kid. He was really good and very loving. Wade always came in to me when I was not feeling well, because as I got older, I had a lot of health problems. Wade always wanted to take care of me, because he looked forward to, when he came out from school, me being in the kitchen. And when I wasn't, it would upset him. But when I was in the kitchen, he would come help me cook, and he even invented some recipes on his own. He would make something, and believe it or not, they were amazing recipes. My husband couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, because he was very young at the time. He was 7, 8 years old. We would eat the food, and everybody would say, that is so good. So I really thought he was going to be a chef one day. That was some of the things he did. And Wade loved to go camping. Well, I wasn't a camper, but my husband loved to camp. And so he took my one daughter, my middle daughter, because the older one had gone to college. And he took Wade and my daughter up into the mountains in North Carolina, and they went hiking. They had a great time. They were out on like a 10-mile hike. Halfway through, Wade got so tired, my husband carried him on his shoulders. And he came home and he said, oh, I'm so sore. Wade had an amazing time. The only thing that happened, and I'm so glad I didn't know it at the time, about a week later, my husband told me, they were walking by a river, and it had been raining, I guess, and there were a lot of rapids. And Wade was standing on the edge on the bank of the river. And my husband kept saying, Wade, get away from there. You're going to fall in and you're going to hurt yourself. Well, he was a little boy, and he would get closer and closer. Well, sure enough, he fell in. And the current started taking him downstream. My husband, he said, I had to keep calm about this and think what I was doing. So my husband ran downstream a little ways where he could grab him, and sure enough, Wade came by and he grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him up, and Wade was coughing. Now Wade swam at this point, but when you're in currents, I'm sure it's hard to swim. But my husband got him out, and he was okay. Because when my husband told me, I didn't know whether I wanted to kill my husband or Wade. I was so mad that this happened. I thought, oh, I'm so glad I wasn't there. I would have been a wreck. But anyway, that's just a few things that happened. My daughter reminisced many times about things that with Wade when my 25th anniversary came. I've been married 51 years now, and then when my 25th anniversary came, my older daughter, middle daughter, planned a 25th anniversary party. Wade was about 2 years old at the time. Now, my husband and I went out shopping, and we were out. When we came back, there was a surprise party. They had a pastor there that remarried us. We renewed our vows, and there was a cake and everything. And they dressed Wade in an outfit. He was probably just 2 or 3. They dressed him in like an 18-month outfit. I mean, it was just way too tight on him. And the poor baby, he walked up to me and he goes, "Mama, it hurts." It was so tight on him. I literally had to rip it off. And when I took him in the bedroom, I said, "Oh, honey, Mommy put some bigger clothes on you." But they loved him so much. I mean, my older daughter, used to come home from school, and the first thing she said wasn't, "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm glad to be home." It was, "Where's Wade?" It was always, "Where's Wade?" You know, my middle daughter grew up with Wade more than my older daughter did, and they would go out in the back of the apartment we lived when we were looking for a home up in North Carolina. We lived in these apartments, and there were some blackberries that grew behind us. And Wade and his sister would go out and pick these blackberries and bring them in, and we would make pies and little cupcakes and loaf bread and everything. And they had such a ball. He came in one day and he had all this all over his face. I said, "Did you put any in your mouth?" I mean, they were in his eyes, they were on his forehead, they were on his cheek, on his chin and his mouth. He had so many blueberries. I thought he was going to be sick. But anyway, he loved that. He had so much fun. We used to take him fishing in one of the neighborhoods that we lived in, that we had fish. By this time, my middle daughter she was off at college, and we used to take Wade periodically fishing. And he would have such a great time. He didn't have to catch anything. I mean, he didn't have to catch it. He would just sit there and tell me about the fish he's going to catch, and tell his dad, "This is great, Dad. You know, I love it." And then he could put the worms on the hook or whatever they were. You know, I'd just sit there. I'd sit there with the bug spray. That's all I would do. But his dad and Wade had a great time, and they would fish for hours on hours. There was one time Wade came up from school, and I think he was probably in 7th or 8th grade, and he came in and he said, Mom, there's a big snake outside." And I thought, "Oh, I'm sure he's exaggerating. It's probably not that big." I went outside and looked. It was the largest copperhead. No, it was a water moccasin. I'm sorry. It was a water moccasin, the largest water moccasin I'd ever seen. I'd never seen one so big. I called my husband. He came home from work, and a neighbor next door. They tried to kill it. It was huge. The snake's head was as big as my fist. And Wade wanted to get closer and closer, and I'm pulling him away. "Wait, don't get too close. Don't get too close." Wade had no fear of reptiles or dogs or anything. He was just that way. When we went to the zoo, he would stand by the giraffes, and they would lean over the fence and lick his head, whatever it was. It didn't scare him. No, nothing. The only thing that frightened Wade was when we would swim. My husband always used to throw my 2 daughters up in the air and then catch them in the water, and they just loved it. Well, Wade said, me next. My husband picked them up, threw them up high. Well, his arms flared out, and his eyes got as big as bugs. He was scared to death. He got in that water, and he said, "Mommy, no more." He was so scared, and at that point, I realized he is not too much of a daredevil. And we would take him to Disney, and he would go on Splash Mountain. He would be okay. Thunder Mountain scared him a little bit. He didn't like Space Mountain. But as he got older, he did go on Space Mountain. That was one of his favorite ones. As he got older, he'd go on with his sister. They'd stand in line, and I would sit outside because we had annual passes. And I'd watch them. They'd go on this thing for no, 5 or 6 times. And I'd say, aren't you guys tired yet? I mean, I was getting tired watching them. They had a great time. We love him so much, more than you can ever imagine. I hope and I pray every night, almost that it's a nightmare that I'll wake up from this. I love him. I miss holding him. I know he's a big boy. I know he's not a baby anymore, but I miss holding him. He's still my little baby. And I'll always remember the day that we adopted him. We changed his name. My mom and dad were alive at the time, and they came into the courtroom, and my husband was there, and my 2 girls were there, and myself and Wade, and I had him on my lap, and he was just playing with a keychain. And when the judge said, well, he's now yours, for better or for worse, sickness over health, and I never thought there'd be a worse like this. The only other one that I could think was bad was Wade was up in North Carolina with us, and I put him in a sleeper because he's so little. He's probably about 4. Put him in a sleeper and tucked him in, and we always prayed before we went to bed. And I sang to him, Jesus loves me. And I can't carry a tune for anything. But he loved to hear me sing. And I laid him down. I was looking at him, and his lips were turning blue. And I got nervous, and I said to I screamed to my husband, come in, quick. And I said, look at Wade's lips. He said, oh, no, I think he's fine. He had a lollipop. And I said, no, we brushed his teeth. He's fine. He's not fine. I said, there's something wrong. So I started watching him. He was laying there, and he had labor breathing. And, I guess moms know things that dads don't realize. And at that point, I grabbed him and I said, we are going to the emergency room. Got in the car. Sure enough, he had pneumonia. Had to stay overnight. They did an IV with antibiotics. And, that was the scariest time because I thought that I was going to lose him. I really was. Yes, he was adopted, and he didn't grow under my heart, but he grew in our hearts. He knew he was adopted, and we had a closed adoption. We tried to make this as easy as possible for him. I told the biological mom that she could write him a letter, whatever she wanted to do, which she did. It was a beautiful letter. She wanted me to read it. And she said, we gave the Wilsons you because I was too young, he couldn't afford to raise you, and just beautiful things. And she said, you can give it to Wade whenever. We thought 18 was a good time. He was old enough that he might understand it. And it turned out, when he was about 15, 16, he started having an identity crisis. I could see it. That's when his hormones were changing. And he kept saying, well, why didn't they want me? And so at that point, we gave him the letter. And I said, if you want to meet them, I will take you. Your dad and I will take you to meet them. I have no problem with that. I said, honey, we love you. And we always know you love us. But if you want to meet them, we will do that. No, I don't want to meet them. I'm not interested. So, I kept asking him. And I didn't want to make it hard on him. But I didn't want him to think he was making it hard on us. So, but he didn't want to do it. We kind of left it there. And I think he still had an identity crisis for a long time. At that point, I remember saying to Steve that we need to see a doctor. And we took, of course, insurance, you have to take him to a family doctor first, which we did. And I told the doctor that I felt like Wade was changed differently. And of course, he kept saying, no, he's a boy. And I said, look, I have a good intuition about him. I said, are you sure it's just a boy thing? I said, he seems to have, his personality. I'm worried about him. No. I said, should we get into a therapist? He said, oh, no, there's nothing wrong with him. So at that point, I thought, you know what? Still don't feel good about this. So my husband, we got into another physician, and he said, well, if if we feel something's wrong with him, then maybe there is. Let's go to a child's psychologist. So we did. And of course, that's when the diagnosis Wade with bipolar. I knew there was something wrong. We got medication for him. It was real good at the beginning to take it, but then as he got older and started feeling good, he didn't take it. Anyway, I do love him. And I hope you guys love him like I do. He's a good kid. He's a good guy. And he would never do this kind of stuff. I just know he wouldn't. You know, and I know him. I know him more than anybody in this world. I know my son. And that's it.
I want to rewind it. Did she say when she said, I know my son, is she saying she doesn't think he's killed him? Or I missed that part. And it's almost over. So I'm going to rewind it like 20 seconds.
Feeling good, he didn't take it. Anyway, I do love him. And I hope you guys love him like I do. He's a good kid. He's a good guy. And he would never do this kind of stuff. I just know he wouldn't. You know, and I know him. I know him more than anybody in this world. I know my son. And that's it.
So what is she saying? Is she saying that he didn't do it? Because she's like, he would never do this stuff. I know him. Is she trying to say he's innocent? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What do you guys think? What did she mean by that? I almost want to rewind it for the adoption part because I missed it. I was busy with of course, the negative comments instead. And then I missed part of it. I want to listen to that part again.
And he would get closer and closer. Well, sure enough, he fell in. And the current started taking him downstream. My husband, he said, I had to keep, calm about this and think what I was doing. So my husband ran downstream a little ways where he could grab him. And sure enough, Wade came by and he grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him up. And Wade was coughing. Now, Wade swam at this point. But, when you're in currents, I'm sure it's hard to swim. But my husband got him out and he was okay. Because when my husband told me, I didn't know whether I wanted to kill my husband or Wade. I was so mad that this happened. I thought, oh, I'm so glad I wasn't there. I would have been a wreck. But anyway, that's just a few things that happened. My daughter reminisced many times about things that with Wade when my 25th anniversary came. I've been married 51 years now. And when my 25th anniversary came, my elder daughter, middle daughter, planned a 25th anniversary party. Wade was about 2 years old at the time. And my husband and I went out shopping. We were out. When we came back, there was a surprise party. They had a pastor there that remarried us. We renewed our vows, and there was a cake and everything. And they dressed Wade in an outfit. He was 2 or 3. They dressed him in like an 18-month outfit. I mean, it was just way too tight on him. And the poor baby, he walked up to me and he goes, "Mama, it hurts." It was so tight on him. I literally had to rip it off. And when I took him in the bedroom, I said, "Oh, honey, Mommy put some bigger clothes on you." But they loved him so much. I mean, my older daughter, used to come home from school, and the first thing she said wasn't, "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm glad to be home." It was, "Where's Wade?" It was always, "Where's Wade?" My middle daughter grew up with Wade more than my older daughter did, and they would go out in the back of the apartment we lived when we were looking for a home up in North Carolina. We lived in these apartments, and there were some blackberries that grew behind us. And Wade and his sister would go out and pick these blackberries and bring them in, and we would make pies and little cupcakes and loaf bread and everything. And they had such a ball. He came in one day and he had all this all over his face. I said, "Did you put any in your mouth?" I mean, they were in his eyes, they were on his forehead, they were on his cheek, on his chin and his mouth. He had so many blueberries. I thought he was going to be sick. But anyway, he loved that. He had so much fun. We used to take him fishing in one of the neighborhoods that we lived in, that we had fish. by this time, my middle daughter was, she was off at college, and we used to take Wade periodically fishing. And he would have such a great time. He didn't have to catch anything. I mean, he didn't have to catch it. He would just sit there and tell me about the fish he's going to catch and tell his dad, "This is great, Dad. You know, I love it." I mean, he could put the worms on the hook or whatever they were. You know, I'd just sit there. I'd sit there with the bug spray. That's all I would do. But his dad and Wade had a great time, and they would fish for hours on hours. There was one time Wade came up from school, and I think he was probably in 7th or 8th grade, and he came in and he said, Mom, there's a big snake outside. And I thought, oh, I'm sure he's exaggerating. It's probably not that big. I went outside and looked. It was the largest copperhead. No, it was a water moccasin. I'm sorry. It was a water moccasin, the largest water moccasin I'd ever seen. I'd never seen one so big. I called my husband. He came home from work, and a neighbor next door. They tried to kill it. It was huge. The snake's head was as big as my fist. And Wade wanted to get closer and closer, and I'm pulling him away. Wait, don't get too close. Don't get too close. Wade had no fear of reptiles or dogs or anything. He was just that way. When we went to the zoo, he would stand by the giraffes, and they would lean over the fence and lick his head, whatever it was. It didn't scare him. No, nothing. The only thing that frightened Wade was when we would swim. My husband always used to throw my 2 daughters up in the air and then catch them in the water, and they just loved it. Well, Wade said, me next. So my husband picked them up, threw them up high. Well, his arms flared out, and his eyes got as big as bugs. He was scared to death. He got in that water, and he said, Mommy, no more. He was so scared. And at that point, I realized he is not too much of a daredevil. And we would take him to Disney, and he would go on Splash Mountain. He would be okay. Thunder Mountain scared him a little bit. He didn't like Space Mountain. But as he got older, he did go on Space Mountain. That was one of his favorite ones. As he got older, he'd go on with his sister. They'd stand in line, and I would sit outside because we had annual passes. And I'd watch them. They'd go on this thing for 5 or 6 times, and I'd say, "Aren't you guys tired yet?" I mean, I was getting tired watching them. They had a great time. We love him so much, more than you can ever imagine. I hope and I pray every night, almost that it's a nightmare, that I'll wake up from this. I love him. I miss holding him. I know he's a big boy. I know he's not a baby anymore, but I miss holding him. He's still my little baby. And I'll always remember the day that we adopted him. We changed his name. My mom and dad were alive at the time, and they came into the courtroom, and my husband was there, and my 2 girls were there, and myself and Wade, and I had him on my lap, and he was just playing with a keychain. And when the judge said, well, he's now yours, for better or for worse, sickness or for health. And I never thought there'd be a worse like this. The only other one that I could think was bad was Wade was up in North Carolina with us, and I put him in his sleeper because he's so little. He's probably about 4. Put him in his sleeper and tucked him in, and we always prayed before we went to bed. And I sang to him, Jesus loves me. And I can't carry a tune for anything. But he loved to hear me sing. And I laid him down. I was looking at him, and his lips were turning blue. And I got nervous, and I said to I screamed to my husband, come in, quick. And I said, look at Wade's lips. He said, oh, no, I think he's fine. He had a lollipop. And I said, no, we brushed his teeth. He's fine. He's not fine. I said, there's something wrong. So I started watching him. He's laying there, and he had labor breathing. And, I guess moms know things that dads don't realize. And at that point, I grabbed him and I said, we are going to the emergency room. Got in the car. Sure enough, he had pneumonia. had to stay overnight. They did an IV with antibiotics, and that was the scariest time because I thought that I was going to lose him. I really was. Yes, he was adopted, and he didn't grow under my heart, but he grew in our hearts. He knew he was adopted, and we had a closed adoption. We tried to make this as easy as possible for him. I told the biological mom that she could write him a letter, whatever she wanted to do, which she did. It was a beautiful letter. She wanted me to read it. And she said, we gave the Wilsons you because I was too young, he couldn't afford to raise you, and just beautiful things. And she said, you can give it to Wade whenever. We thought 18 was a good time. He was old enough that they might understand it. And it turned out, when he was about 15, 16, he started having an identity crisis. I could see it. That's when his hormones were changing. And he kept saying, well, why didn't they want me? And so at that point, we gave him the letter. And I said, if you want to meet them, I will take you. Your dad and I will take you to meet them. I have no problem with that. I said, honey, we love you. And we always know you love us. But if you want to meet them, we will do that. No, I don't want to meet them. I'm not interested. So, I kept asking him. And I didn't want to make it hard on him. But I didn't want him to think he was making it hard on us. So, but he didn't want to do it. We kind of left it there. And I think he still had an identity crisis for a long time. At that point, I remember saying to Steve that we need to see a doctor. And we took, of course, insurance, you have to take him to a family doctor first, which we did. And I told the doctor that I felt like Wade was changed differently. And of course, he kept saying, no, he's a boy. And I said, look, I have a good intuition about him. I said, are you sure it's just a boy thing? I said, he seems to have, his personality. I'm worried about him. No. I said, should we get into a therapist? He said, oh, no, there's nothing wrong with him. So at that point, I thought, you know what? I still don't feel good about this. So my husband, we got into another physician, and he said, well, if we feel something's wrong with him, then maybe there is. Let's go to a child's psychologist. So we did. And of course, that's when the diagnosis Wade with bipolar. I knew there was something wrong. We got medication for him. It was real good at the beginning to take it, but then as he got older and started feeling good, he didn't take it. Anyway, I do love him. And I hope you guys love him like I do. He's a big kid. He's a big guy. And he would never do this kind of stuff. I just know he wouldn't. And I know him. I know him more than anybody in this world. I know my son. And that's it.
I'm pretty sure it's after. I'm pretty sure this is after. It doesn't say, but I mean, I'm pretty sure this is an after interview. It's on the official page. So it's like she's coming out after everything happened. I think that's what she's talking about when she said about like this last thing she says. I swear it's almost like she's not directly saying, oh, I don't think he did it, but kind of like insinuating that's what she believes, but she probably doesn't. She probably deep down knows that he did, but she wants to be in support of him. I'm guessing, and probably in denial because parents do, they do get in denial about, their own kids doing certain things. But this part right here, this is what I'm talking about. This
and I know him. I know him more than any
it's a little bit further.
And as he got older and started feeling good, he didn't take it. Anyway, I do love him. And I hope you guys love him like I do. He's a big kid. He's a big guy. And he would never do this kind of stuff. I just know he wouldn't.
He would never do this kind of stuff. I just know he wouldn't.
I know him. I know him more than anybody in this world. I know my son. And that's it.
So, I mean, I mean, she's obviously making it seem like that's what she thinks, but I bet you she knows deep down, like, because the evidence and stuff, she's probably just in denial. Thanks, Dee Dee. Thank you. And thank you for the other super chat, too. Yeah, I mean, the video came out today, and I'm pretty sure it's recent. Like, I'm pretty sure it's after all this. They probably put it out to, because of all of it. She doesn't want to believe. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. Why do you think this was years ago? I'm thinking it's after all that, because that's the whole point, I feel like, of what she's telling the story. I don't know. I think it's after the crime, after the murder. I think that's why. Yes, I'm gonna read it. Yes, I did. Yes, I'm gonna read all that. I have that too, but I just wanted to start off with this one. Oh, it's not? Okay. So then what is she talking about when she's saying he wouldn't do this stuff? Do what stuff? What is she referring to then? Like, what's the point of this video? And what is she referring to? And she's like, I don't think he would do that stuff. He's a good person. I love him, or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. I know, that's what I'm thinking, but I don't know. All right, so let's read some of the other stuff that's came out today or the last couple days or whatever that I found. Let me remove this. I know, I agree. I feel like that's the whole point of this. I don't know why people are thinking it's after. I mean, I guess, hey, if I'm wrong, if it ends up being that way and it comes out as after, then I'll be like, but in my impression is that it is after. That's the whole point of it, is her coming out to tell that he's a good guy and in support for all the Wade supporters and trying to maybe even sway other people into him being a good guy and not, giving him another chance and the death penalty and getting his support and stuff. I mean, that's how I take it too. Otherwise, doesn't really make much sense. Oh, thank you, Heather. My heart breaks for his stepmom. A mom will always love their child, may not agree or even like the decisions they make, but will never stop loving their baby. She loved the son before drugs. Not evil Wade. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Wait, she indicated her sister-in-law has an Etsy store, but would not with Wade murder. She must know that they think she's a joke. Huh. All right. Okay. How's everybody doing, by the way? So I have a few different things here. So let's see. Hold on 1 second. Well, let me just save this project here before I exit out. Just give me 1 minute, guys, and we'll go over it. Just want to erase that. So what do you guys think of that, though, real quick, before I... Yeah, I do think, like, she's in denial, and yeah, I mean, I feel like she's being honest. She's telling her story about, what happened and that, all of that. I do believe oh shoot. I do believe she's, being honest on what she like her story about, adopting Wade and stuff. So I thought it was pretty interesting. Just give me 1 minute. I'm trying to, that's not going to work. All right. I'll just save, or I'll just, okay, here's the Dawn. Oh no, this is the Marion one. So I'll read this first since I have this. It's Marion does a post here. Hold on. So Marion, the one that did the well, we heard about if you guys listen to the new phone calls, he talks about her reaching out to him and talking about starting a GoFundMe. And it sounds like at the time Jesse didn't know who she was. And Jesse's like, why don't I just start it or whatever? But we know her name is on the GoFundMe or the Fundly, Fundly, because the GoFundMe got taken down. But this is a post that Marion did. All right. Dear friends, supporters, and Wade TikTok wives. Oh, Lordy. Oh, wait. Thank you, Avery. She did the interview after his arrest in 2019. She knows he's guilty and has no contact order. She asked. That's what I was saying. After the murder. It's obvious it was after the murder because that's the whole point of what she's saying. Anyway. Okay, so, but thank you for that, for the super chat. All right, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Marion, though many of you may know me as Marilyn on Facebook. I'm a part of Wade's extended family, and like many of you, I have stood by him through thick and thin. So, I mean, I guess she's using extended family really loose because he's not her family. Steve said, I don't know her. Wade had no idea who she was in the phone call. She just reached out. But anyway, so I guess extended family could just be like, somebody that friends that end up, becoming like family. I don't know. How would you guys use like extended family would you mean like, yeah, I guess sometimes it could be like, it could be not blood, but I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Danielle. Thanks for what you do and keeping me on track with the craziness. Thank you. Thanks. Aw. That's nice. That's very nice. Okay. Okay, extended family. Where are we at? So she stood by him thick and thin. Some of you may have seen my picture or heard my name mentioned on certain YouTube channels where false accusations and lies have been made or have been spread. Please rest assured that despite these distractions, my sole focus has been and always will be supporting Wade Wilson. For those who have donated through the wadesfundly.com fundraiser, I want to express my deepest gratitude. Every single penny of your generous contributions has gone directly into Wade's legal account. I believe wholeheartedly in Wade's innocence, and I will continue to stand by him until he receives the fair and just outcome he deserves. When the time comes, we will offer full disclosure of all donations to ensure transparency and to show that your contributions are being used to support Wade's legal defense. All of you are Team Wade, just as I am. Together, we share the same belief in his integrity and innocence. Like so many of you, I am moved by the overwhelming support for Wade. He truly has a heart of gold, and anyone can see that in his eyes. Not really. His eyes look very cold and dark and not. So not anybody can see that. You could hear it in his voice, especially when he talks about his longing for true love and happiness. I've not heard any of that. Huh. When Wade and Jesse first connected, their relationship began as simple pen pals and buddies. Over time, Jesse became a pillar of strength for Wade, keeping him sane and offering him the emotional support he so desperately needed. She quickly found ways to support Wade in his fight for a fair and just outcome, taking a proactive role in navigating the complexities of his situation. Jessie stood out as someone who genuinely had his best interests at heart. For Wade, she has become that person, offering unwavering love and support, even through the most difficult circumstances. However, in the midst of everything going on, Wade and Jessie chose not to openly talk about their relationship. They understood that making it public at the time would have been too much of a distraction. It might have fueled more negativity from the haters. Their focus was on Wade's fight for justice, and they didn't want anything to divert attention from that. I also want to take a special moment to acknowledge Wade's TikTok wives. You have stood by him through every little step of this journey, offering unwavering support. You are a true part of Team Wade, and you will always be his TikTok wives because of the loyalty, love, and care you have shown him. Your support has been invaluable and hasn't gone unnoticed. You've been there for him and when it mattered the most. You've been there for him when it mattered the most. And that's something that will always hold a special place in Wade's heart. In addition to being part of Wade's support system, I am also a proud member of Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Sentence. This organization works tirelessly to end the death penalty in our state, and I encourage all of you to consider joining. Membership is free, and you'll, I don't remember which, yeah. And you'll receive emails, letters that you can sign to help stop the death penalty. Together, we can make a difference. Unfortunately, some individuals, particularly some ex-girlfriends, have spread falsehoods and painted a dishonest picture of Wade for personal gain. True love doesn't tear someone down. Even when relationships end, those who truly love someone will protect them, not slander them. It is clear that those spreading these lies never really knew the Wade we know. All of you are a part of Team Wade because you believe in justice, truth, and Wade's innocence. Let's stay united and continue supporting Wade on this difficult journey. Together, we can help him achieve the fair outcome he rightfully deserves. Thank you all for being the incredible, loyal supporters that you are. With gratitude, Marion, aka Marilyn on Facebook, proud member of Team Wade and member of Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Sentence. Oh, thank you, Dee Dee. Another super chat. Oh, thanks, guys. You guys in your super chat, you're being very generous. Appreciate that. Oh. So yeah, that's Marion. So she's that one, I guess she is that. So, because we remember I read the letters like weeks ago when they first came out, this letters of support. I'm going to go find that one when I have put on another video a little bit later so we could read it. But listening to that jail call, he makes me remember which one it was. The one that, remember, she talks about having with a son or whatever. He describes like the family that she has or whatever. It sounds like an older lady, which I don't know. Is those pictures, she doesn't seem, I mean, I guess she seems a little bit older, but I'm going to find that letter because she does. She's one of the people that writes him a letter of support. So I thought that was interesting that she was in front of our eyes the whole time and we didn't not know it. Okay. So now this one is a message from Wade. So let's read it. Says, hey everyone, Wade Wilson here. Hey everyone, Wade Wilson here. I'm issuing a formal announcement here and now to provide you all with insight more into what is real and what is not. To start, there is an individual by the name Don Powell. This person has had a Steve Wade group that has been an admin on. Wait. This person has had a Save Wade group that she has been an admin on. However, know that she is not and has never really been in support of me. Dawn has played every side and every angle, only to ultimately best serve her own personal gains and interests. Once before she made her own donation page that she claimed would go towards my legal fees. You all need to know that I never received even a penny from her back then. She has now created another donation page, and it is important you all know that I do not condone of her doing so. Wait, what was the name on that one fundraiser that we had up yesterday that got canceled? Was it Dawn? I have to go back and look. Anyway, okay, so she you never received a penny. Okay, here we go. She has now created another donation page. It is important. Oh yeah, it's important to know that I do not condone of her doing so, and for you to not be encouraged by her scam. Dawn continues even now to try at making fake accounts on Securus. Beneath fake names, or I hate when that comes up. Okay. Beneath fake names as fake women in hopes of speaking to me and infiltrate as an imposter. On her very own account, she has messaged me and called me numerous bad names and try to put me down. To all of my amazing supporters, do not let this person scam, confuse, or more saturate your mind with rumors and lies. For any who want to know about who it is that you can feel safe and sure in following and to place your complete trust in, I ask you to do this only with my team on my official pages, including also with the person you have recently come to learn some about, Jesse. My team at my official page, let me pick up where I was at, sorry. My team at my official pages has my full backing, my loyalty, and my trust. Please continue to place your trust and support with them alone, as equally as you have of your support in me. I love all of you, and I wanted to make known clearly with who you cannot and who you can believe in. Thanks to each and every one of you, I have been able to now have hired a great appellate attorney and am now that much closer to gaining a new trial and earning my freedom back. Please, no freedom. Stay tuned on my official pages for step-by-step real updates on any new information. So I gotta hold on. Let me find that. Does anybody know? Was that Dawn on that one? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. I wanna find. Hold on. Here. Okay, here it is. Let me see. It is, I'm trying to find the name. Here's that one. Here, I'll show you. That one yesterday that stopped. But does it have a name? Is this one Dawn? Hold on. Huh. Not really familiar with like how these things are set up. No, this says the official. Okay, look, that's the official one. So this was, they are just trying to do another one, but I wonder why it stopped. I was just curious if that was the Dawn, the fake one, but I guess not. All right. Okay, so we did that. We did that. Let's see what else I got here. What's this? Oh, this is, I don't know. This is something. Okay, let's see here. Hold on. This is something about Wade. It says, I'll let him do what he wants to me. I'll be his hostage so he can escape. He can tie me up. I would be his slave. Take me, daddy, LOL. Mila said he tied her up and R'd her for 6 hours. Lucky. That lucky. She didn't even deserve that. He belongs to us. Wow. I want to send him a care package. I want him to give me a care package. Two, please. Oh, I'll take whatever he's got. He has a lot of junk in his trunk. Okay. Alrighty then. What's this one? So this is a one from the official. The donations made to Wade's fundraising has allowed him to secure an appellate attorney to help fight his case. He's aware and is working with his team to move forward, and we're hopeful for what's ahead. One person does not make an entire team, and regardless of the accusations, speculations remain committed to transparency and progress in this endeavor. That said, we have been strictly advised that we cannot share public details about the attorney or strategy. Oh, I did read this yesterday, I think. But we know it's Ufferman now. It's official. Yeah. All right. What else do we got? Oh, this is the one, Al, that, yeah, okay, the translated one. Okay, so it's, hold on. Okay. The last few days have been incredibly difficult, deeply we regret any confusion or concern we may have had caused. Our unwavering focus has always been on for Wade to get the justice he so deeply deserves. In these difficult times, our team, especially Jesse, faced intense bullying and harassment by those who oppose Wade. But what has been most painful for us is the hostility, which we got from some of Wade's own support. It is heartbreaking to see this gap when they were supposed to be united in support of an innocent man whose life it's at stake. Today suffered one of our dedicated team members who he bravely spoke in support of Wade, a serious physical injury. This is a shocking and unacceptable act of violence. Disagreements and debates are part of any passionate cause, but violence crossing a line that should never be crossed, no matter how strong your feelings are. Our team is always committed to sticking to the facts, providing evidence, and be open to questions from Wade supporters as to how Wade he wished himself. We ask you to be patient and compassionate to each other. The real tragedy is that Wade is the one who he suffers from it all. And the reason this looks all weird is because it was translated. Is L here? It was translated from, I don't even know, was it German? I don't even know what language, but so I'm not sure who was writing it. It looks like it's the supporters. Our thoughts are with our girl who is now recovering at home and kindly allowed us to share this news. Please be kind to each other during this difficult time. So it's one of supporters and they're talking a different language here. So Wade Stephen Wilson, official. After we are in the last days, they endured so much distrust, abuse, and relentless battles for what we know to be the absolute truth. Finally, we're starting to understand what Wade has to go through every day. Today, we are relieved to announce that Wade has a new lawyer, Michael Ufferman, who officially filed an appeal. Michael is the best appellate lawyer in Florida, and his arrest brings Wade significantly closer to justice. This was possible only thanks to generous gifts from Wade's incredible supporters. Thank you for unwavering support for this difficult recently. One step closer. All righty. And then here's that one where it talks about, well, that's in a different language right here. Somebody got attacked, right? But then there's, I don't know, these new pictures. So I don't know if it's the same attack. I mean, it looks different. So is it two people or is this a different spot? I guess it's a different spot on her body. So I don't know. Did it ever come out who it was that got attacked? I have no idea. Hi, Michelle. Hey, Sean. I have no idea. And then here is another thing that was going around. So this person says, also, I made a fake account and messaged Wade. I said my name was Amy and sent these photos. I also said I was a model and that I lived in Miami, LOL, and that I have my own business and no kids. So maybe he will talk to my fake account. So she sent him this photo. You could have used some info, LOL. I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. All right, what's this? Oh, this is, so somebody was saying, I'm trying to figure out what they're saying. So they're saying, I mean, I guess I do understand what they're saying. So it says, so you're confirming that y'all did in fact, retain a new lawyer back on the 13th of August, just to clarify. It says so on the invoice. So you all were, so they say, the official page says, it says so on the invoice. And then this person says, so you all were deliberately misleading everyone who donated, as you kept insisting you all needed to find Wade a new legal representation. Not that you already had it, not cool. And then, and the reason I'm a little bit confused, I'm not confused about what the point is, but I'm confused why we can't see this message. But I guess they're saying that they must have responded, we really can't secure an attorney for Wade at this time until we're able to get at least 90,000. But I don't know where that message is, but I guess they did send that message on the 25th, but then it shows that the invoice was on the 13th. So it's like, basically they misled and they're lying, because you're saying on the 25th that you can't secure a lawyer, you don't have legal representation, but then on the 13th, that invoice is dated on the 13th. But I mean, we do know he is representing him now, because we saw it on the page, the website, the appeal, something that they wouldn't be able to edit, which I could bring up in a little bit if you guys want to see it. Here, I'll just do it now. Hold on, so you see what I'm talking about. Just really quick, because, yeah, no. Right here. So he is representing him. Oh wait, what for, Mega? Where's Joey? Joey wasn't that guy of the picture that was going around like a couple weeks ago? What do you mean? That really wasn't him? Is it somebody else? I don't know what do you mean? Check out Joey. Oh, rewind it, Kiki. It's interesting. I played it at the beginning. I think it's like 7 minutes in I started. It's definitely worth a listen. She explains like the adoption and Wade, and I think it's pretty interesting. But yeah, so he is, and the next hearing for that is going to be October 16th. So I don't know if it'll be televised or not, but I guess we'll see. And then, wait, what's this? I forget what this one is. Oh, dear society, all of you speak against Team Wade. As for me, my attack, because I publicly defended Wade on the street. I'll tell you my story from that day. I was in town on September 16th, 2024 at around 7 p.m. to do a few things. I'm dealing with Wade's case everywhere and in every way. When I went to a shop to get something to eat, I looked at a video of Wade. 2 young men were already watching me there and made a very stupid comments to me because I was supporting an alleged murderer. At first, I didn't respond to them, but when I was on my way out, the men followed me and didn't stop insulting and harassing me. When I turned around and said, I will continue to fight for Wade and no one can stop it, the 2 men hit me. People helped me immediately and called the police and an ambulance. I also filed a criminal complaint. I am not Kelly or anyone else who seeks public attention and has to reveal everything. I don't have to prove anything to anyone and certainly not to the public. I want to remain private and will continue to fight for Wade, and I stand with Team Wade, no matter what you imagine and what stories you tell. And one more thing, just because you are against the truth and want to harm other people, don't take it out on innocent people. You have no idea what was done to me in these minutes, both physically and mentally. So finally stop with your hate. I don't know. Don't know who it is. Thanks, Trevor. Hey, Trevor, how are you? I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. But I know a lot of times I don't see a lot of people in chat. I miss a lot of people. But yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I'm curious, like, did this really happen? And like, it's kind of hard to see, like, she's in a public place. She walks out and then people just beat her up because of that. And like, nobody grabs those people and stops them. If they're like, people are like helping her up, you think they would stop the people that, I don't know. I mean, I'm not accusing. I mean, I don't want to say that it's not true, but it's just like, it seems like, I don't know. What do you guys think about it? And then, oh, here's another one. I don't know if you guys seen this. It's also on the official page, and it's like all of his like supporters.
This court's review of other reported capital cases has led the court to conclude that the death penalty is not disproportionate in this case. Under the totality of the circumstances and
I
evidence,
hate when there's all this
the court
music,
finds
though.
no basis to
Dang
override
it,
the
because
jury's
I don't know,
verdict.
there's a copyright stuff.
The totality of the circumstances warrants that the defendant, Wade
Lindsay
Stephen
Lou,
Wilson, be sentenced to death for
I
each
don't
count of
know.
first-degree murder.
What's your name and where are you from?
Sammy Penny, and I'm from the
Is all
UK.
this-
Veronica, and I'm from Mexico.
My name is Amanda, and I am from South Carolina.
Wir sind M und J aus Deutschland.
My name is R, and I'm from Middle East.
How did you become aware of Wade's case?
I was flicking through TikTok, and I saw a few videos popping up, and it just kind of interested me a little bit. So I, obviously, the more you like and the more you view on TikTok, the more it comes up. So I searched and just started looking into it a bit, and it just didn't seem right, really. When I was looking into it more and reading all the stuff and seeing what people have been saying and putting, it just didn't add up. So I kind of started following it.
I was taking a vacation and I was scrolling up on TikTok, and then suddenly appeared this post of him. My first thought was, why on earth did Jake Gyllenhaal tattoo his face? Then I scrolled down again and I saw, oh, it's not Jake Gyllenhaal. So I started reading and reading more and more posts, and that's how I got as far as I am right now.
Why do you support Wade?
I support Wade, firstly because I personally do not believe in the death penalty as an option at all. I personally don't believe that anybody should make the decision on who lives or dies other than God. But I also support Wade because with all the negative out, there has been a lot of positive of who he was prior to this case, and he looks like a really awesome dude. I think that the inconsistencies really need to be addressed, and they are serious. They're not small. Like hair color is different. They're really big things, and everyone deserves a fair trial. That is supposed to be one of the great things about being in the United States is having a fair trial.
I've been looking further into it.
Wait, I just have to stop real quick. What hair color? I'm confused. What did she say? The hair color is different? Who talked about hair color of what? I'm a little bit confused on that comment. Anyway, if anybody knows what she's referring to.
At things that sort of, they don't sort of piece together. But I've invested a lot of my time in this, and I think there's more holes in the case than we realise. And I think he deserves a fair trial.
How has Wade's story changed your life?
Leben hat sich sehr deutlich verändert, seit wir uns mit Wades Geschichte auseinandergesetzt haben. Diese gemeinsame Erfahrung hat es nicht nur zusammengeführt, sondern auch eine außergewöhnliche Freundschaft hervorgebracht. Vor unserer Begegnung kannten wir uns noch nicht, meine Freundin und ich. Und wir lernten uns dann in der Facebook-Gruppe kennen, die sich mit Wade beschäftigt hat. Und wir haben uns dort dann geschrieben und dann fing alles so langsam an. Wir waren gegenseitig neugierig auf unsere Geschichte, auf unsere Meinungen zu Wade und dann wurde es immer interessanter. Wir haben uns angefreundet und haben sehr, sehr ähnliche Meinungen dazu gehabt. Genau. Und das war wie ein Referat, was wir uns geschickt haben. Also es war schon sehr, sehr viel. Wir haben dann viele Audionachrichten geschickt, die sehr, sehr lange gingen, geschrieben und auch noch telefoniert. Und ja, diese tiefgründige und engagierte Diskussion führte dazu, dass wir schnell unsere Telefonnummern halt dann austauschten. Wie gesagt, wir haben dann auch telefoniert und um unsere Gespräche fortzusetzen, weil es dann natürlich viel einfacher ist zu telefonieren, als immer nur zu schreiben.
Is there a well, I could probably look it up. Is there a program to like put in like
in unserem Alltag und
yeah, there is.
sprechen
Never
auch
mind.
täglich
I know.
über
I
ihn,
answered my
also
own question.
24/7. Und wir teilen unsere Gedanken
I'm gonna
und
fast forward this
Empfindungen,
part. Is anybody understanding
Empfindungen
this?
und reflektieren über die. Das war die Antwort.
The haters out there, whenever they would be commenting negatively on our posts and saying things,
It's
I would just be right
Wade's-
back at them and wouldn't
the
even take
WadeWives.
1 second to not respond to them. And I know people say don't respond, and it's the best way to deal with it, but I just wanted to do it so badly because it was just internal, I don't know, passion for it, I don't know. So it literally drove me towards letting out my point of view and all of those things, and it gave me a lot of courage and to just stay resilient in what I believe in. The resilience, literally, I could resonate with him on that one so much because I feel like he is such a resilient man, and that really struck me, and it motivated me, kept me going, So that's how it impacted me, and now I'm just totally vocal about it. I didn't even have a TikTok before, but now I do, and it's literally like I don't care whatever anybody says. I have to let my word out, and it's freedom of speech, so you have to say what you believe in, and I truly believe in his innocence. And he might have been doing things, everybody has the past, and nobody is a saint. So but what I'm certain at is whatever he had been accused of, he has not done that. So I'm in total support of that.
What you have to say to the people who are exploiting Wade and his supporters.
I just think it's stupid, really. It's like everyone has an opinion, and fair enough, they're entitled to their opinion, but so are we. And if we feel that we want to support him and we want to be there for him, then that shouldn't be begrudged, or no one should kind of persecute anyone for it. I just think everyone's entitled to a fair trial, and if someone wants to support somebody, then I feel they should have the right to support someone without being penalised.
I'd say look at the other side of the coin. I think I would do a lot more research into the case and all the things that don't fit together properly.
Probably because the person that asked, is Wade able to see these videos? Probably because think about it, he does video calls. Well, when he gets the video calls, I'm not sure where he's at right now as far as how you hear like you can't get them or you can't, I don't know. But when he's able to get the video calls, why couldn't they share them? I'm sure they could. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're monitoring them and they see and they're like, oh, they cut it off. I don't think so. So you would think like if you're video calling, somebody could show them something on this, like on their phone, right? I mean, I don't know if they would. I have no idea, but I bet you they could if they wanted to.
If that was, that's somebody's son, brother, uncle, whatever, I would definitely look on the other side of the coin and do more research into it.
What are your thoughts regarding the death penalty?
I think it's really old-fashioned. Like, obviously in the UK, I don't think we've ever had the death penalty. But it's just not humane, really, at all. Like, even if someone has done something, I still don't think the death penalty is the right way to go about things. And if you are going to go down that route, surely it has to be 150% bang on that person has committed that crime, and it just doesn't sit right, really.
It's the worst. This is going to be a lot personal, but my sister and I were watching that thing on August 27th, we both cried incredibly. So I am totally against it. I cannot tell you I'm a religious person, but I'm a person who believes in a figure bigger, greater than us. And I think that is the only one who can take life away. And that's on one hand. On the other hand, I would have to say that is not a punishment. One of my mottos is don't use violence. Violence generates violence. I am totally against it, fully against it.
I do not believe, I go back and forth with this. The only circumstance that I, as a mother, would be okay, comfortable with somebody getting the death penalty would be someone who did horrible acts on a child. And I want to be very clear with that answer. I do not mean a 18-year-old and a 16 or 17-year-old. I mean a grown adult and like a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 10-year-old, and they are like 30 years old, 20, I mean like none of that's right, but I mean like serious harmful things, non-consensual, like legal age, like all of that, or not legal age, I'm sorry. So I am not for the death penalty for multiple reasons, being a couple of the main ones. People can be wrongfully convicted and there is no going back, right? If somebody serves time, you can't get that time back, but at least they can get out, get cleared and live a life, right? If somebody is unalived and the death penalty is successful, they are put to death, there is no taking that back. They're gone. There is no correcting that. Also, I don't believe that it is humane. There are so many botched jobs. There are so many people who were tortured for hours until their death due to the corruption and the laws put in place.
But to the WadeWives, do you guys not understand? He ran over Diane at least a few times while she was still alive. Back and forth, at least a couple, I would say. They said it wasn't 10, but I think it was a few times while she was alive, after he strangled her a few times because she kept waking up, runs over her. You know how much pain and fear and what she went through? And then look at the freaking injuries of Kristine. It wasn't like what he described that she was just sleeping and he did that. He beat the crap out of her while she was alive, they said. And then that curtain rod detail, which I do believe is true, that and then all the other victims in the past that what he did to them. Like, he probably messed up so many people's lives from the trauma. Like, their whole lives are going to be messed up on probably their relationships and, oh, man. Oh, thank you for joining. Judy Doll, thank you. Welcome.
Place to hide the medicine that they are using. The drugs they are using is all experiments. It's not that every state, some different prisons that still do the death penalty, some of them don't even use in the same state, don't even use the same cocktail, as I will call it. It is not a for sure thing. You can easily look up and look at bots jobs, and to me that is just so far from humane that I can't believe that in the United States that I live in, that we're supposed to be given a fair trial free, and all of these things that our military has fought for. We have people here being killed every day that we don't even hear about on the death penalty. Some of them have been proven innocent years later. To me, that is absolutely unacceptable, especially in a case like this where a fair trial and all of the scenarios and evidence was not presented and dove into.
If you could get Wade a message, what would that message be?
It'd just be, obviously, I know it's hard, and I can imagine it feeling quite lonely, but knowing that everyone out there is supporting him, and he's got a lot of support, and there's loads of people rooting for him and helping him, and knowing that he isn't alone, and there's loads of people that will more than happily help, and I'm one of them people, and he just needs to keep on looking on the bright side as much as he can, and know that there's a lot of people out there that love and support him.
Okay, yeah, that would be keep as strong as you have been being, stronger if possible. Don't pay attention to whatever people are saying. It's just the bad stuff, of course. It's just bullshit, because it's people who they are not living their lives even properly, and they're probably very jealous of you. Really not jealous of being where he is, but jealous of the strength he shows, of the great man he is. I would say keep in there. You can make it. You have great support behind you, greater than you probably can imagine. And I can assure you, we all are going to be waiting for you open arms.
Hi, I just want to say something, and it's not, from a religious point, but from a point of humanity, and from believing that all this world that is beautiful, all these human beings that are perfect, should have been created by someone who is greater than us. Nobody can deny that. What I say is that the same creator who was able to multiply all the richness, who was able to multiply all the richnesses, who was able to divide the sea in two, he knows that Wade's innocent, and he's supporting him more than not more than us, but the one who can create and destroy is the one who's also
wake him up.
No, who is like taking care of him. I don't know if that's the way I should be saying it. It's like something greater. It's like we are the army, and the creator is the one guiding us. You are a messenger from the creator, girl. You are. I don't know if you do that, but you are. And he chose you for a reason, because you are a messenger from him, and we all are with him, and the creator is with him. That's all I have to say.
To keep his head up, obviously, to never think he's alone, because there are thousands of people out here that love him without even knowing him, that support him without knowing him, that care about him, that want to see him succeed, and that are 100% committed to making sure that he gets a fair trial and everything is proven in his favor, and that his life is spared and saved. We are all out here praying, manifesting, hoping, signing, trying to donate, trying to, raise gifts on social media to donate. And he has really brought a lot of, I have met probably some of the most fun, smart, resilient people that I have ever known through this case. Courtney is just amazing. You are amazing. B is amazing. And those are just the ones that I know he's been close to and, I speak to. But not to mention the group that follows all of you guys. Just some really, really strong powerhouse human beings. And I am very grateful for him bringing us all together. And I cannot wait to see him, live life and get past this and show the world what the hell we are made of, For everybody that watches, to please consider donating to the Go Get Funding and the Fundly to ensure that Wade gets a proper attorney that is going to believe in him and fight for him like we would all pray to have ourselves. Not believe everything that you see or read. AI and false documents are surfacing. They are just running rampant on social media right now. To, please make sure that you are getting real facts and not artificial facts that are made to fit a narrative. And to everybody listening or watching that you are needed and you are loved, and reach out if you're struggling.
I would say stay positive as best as you can. Keep your chin up, and don't give up, because there's a hell of a lot of people out there that do believe in it.
Familie definiert sich nicht nur durch Blut, sondern auch durch die unzähligen Menschen, die für ihn da sind. Wade, bleib stark und denke immer daran, dass du geliebt wirst. Vielleicht sogar mehr, als du dir vorstellen kannst. Wir schicken dir ganz viel Kraft, Wärme und positiven Gedanken.
I just want to say it out loud to him from the bottom of my heart, because there are a lot of people out there who are just calling him out like wrongly and just saying bad things. And I just want to make sure that I'm one of those people who make him feel good. So Wade, you're a warrior, a survivor, a brave man who should never give up on his chance at getting the freedom he deserves. You know, out there it's like what they call survival of the fittest or whatever, but Wade, oh Wadey, you're one hell of a fit guy. You're nothing near what a coward looks like, and nothing what everybody else is like perceiving of you, that you're a coward out there and you can't do nothing, you know. We gotta fight for you, and we're gonna fight for you from the outside, and we just want you to just hang in there like a champ, and you really are one.
Alrighty. What'd you guys think of that? Interesting. A lot of supporters. This was actually posted like 3 weeks ago, so it would have been before the interview came out. But I mean, regardless, I'm just curious. I would love to know how many people, how many of those supporters, after these new interviews came out and the phone calls with Jesse, because that even shows kind of like him scamming him and not really acting like he doesn't care about them. So I'd be curious to how many people like switched and stopped supporting him. There's got to be like a percentage, because there's no way that there's not some people that have changed their mind. Okay, so now thank you, Luna, for sending me that that short video. It's a True Crime with Griselda or whatever. I'm gonna play her video. I haven't even really got a chance to read through the text, but I guess it's supposedly like text showing it something with Jesse. So let's see. Hold on, because I just got it sent to me. Hold on 1 second. Hey, where is your, okay. I just want to see. I want to go back to that channel. I downloaded it, but I want to see if the title says anything. No, it doesn't. Okay. All right. Let me play it. Let me play it. Okay. Oh, Luna. Okay, so let me mute this. I'm going to read it, okay? Wait, does this say who it's from? Okay. Okay, so wait, there's like a song in the background of that. Like, sounds like a, all right, I'm going to read it. Or I'm going to, oh, it's not letting me. Hold on a second. It's not letting me pause it. Let me try it again. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, let's read this. Okay, I want my refund. I want my refund, Jesse. And then it's, oh, it's that thing that I read, actually. I had read this yesterday. It's from Fundly. They basically say that they can't refund. And it goes, that your money goes into the account of the account holder of the person that does it, which is Jesse, because Jesse's name is on it. And she says, I don't have control I do not have control to issue refunds, but there is an option to email the organizer directly through the Fundly website. And this person says, Jesse, come on, your name is on it too. And then they do that, which it does when you go and try to do it, it shows. We did it yesterday. So yeah, I mean, her name is the one on it, obviously. And this person says, I need an explanation now. I've tried to contact Marion and have not gotten through. What's happening is upsetting. You're not providing answers. And she said, so these are texts between Jesse and this person. It's like mad. It's one of the supporters that obviously donated, right? And she says, as I explained, I do not have access to refund. This is managed by Wade's family. You are able to send them a message through Fundly, and they will be able to assist. What is your name? And I can ask them to please check. But wait a minute. It's not, but they even say that message from Fundly even says it goes into the account. It goes into Jesse's. So that doesn't even seem like that's true, because she's saying it's managed by Wade's family, but it's going into her account. So I don't feel like that's true. And then it says, Wade has a relationship with his adoptive parents, but his adoptive parents do not speak to Steve, and Wade does not either. What? His adoptive parents do not speak to Steve, and Wade does not either. Oh, his biological dad, right? Again, I'm happy to help if you would provide your name or if you email them through Fundly. I will ask the family running the account to check their email. Do not have access to refund. She said, then explain what is being found. Your name is on the account. Who is Marion? If what you're saying is true, why is Candy and Steve's name not on if they're running it? She says, Marion is extended family. I merely helped them create the account initially. Again, please email through Fundly directly, and I will ask the family to look out for the email. What extended family? Like what? To me, that's still somebody that's like somehow family. Like what? But we heard those calls. She had no idea, and Wade said he had no idea who she was. How do you guys use that when you say like extended family? What would you mean by that? I'm just curious if other people use it like more loosely, because I would like, for how I have been, and people I know use it, at least locally, how I would hear it being used as it's somebody maybe like by marriage, you know what I'm saying? But you're still family, right? It wouldn't just be like, oh, friends, but you're like my family because you're friends, right? I mean, how do you guys use it? I'm just curious. It might be a stupid question, but I just want to know how deep these lies go. I'm looking up something. I want to see what it says on Google. Yeah, at least it would be some kind of family. Yeah, I mean, this is not just friendship. So why does she, I mean, she's lying. It would, you know what though? Yeah, it's just beyond the nuclear family. So it would be blood. I mean, like, by the definition, it is blood. So yeah, dude. I mean, I could see people using it, by marriage too, obviously. Well, yeah, I guess that would be beyond the nuclear family anyway, but she's not. Like, that's, wow. So we know we heard the phone call. I mean, that's a flat out lie. Another lie. Sorry. I know you guys might think I'm sounding stupid, but some people, some people might be different. I just wanted to make sure that maybe if some people are using it differently, but no, that's not. I don't think anybody uses it as far as like that somebody's not a fan. Oh, you do? Okay, then. Well, so maybe some do, but that she still wouldn't be extended family because she just met. She just reached out to Wade, right? You know, so like that wouldn't even be a longtime friend. So either way, I think this is a flat out. I mean, I would consider this a flat out lie. Because even if it's like a longtime good friend, she reached out recent. Like I have to see when that letter was, but I think it was after. It would have been June, July of 2024 because the phone call. And he just got it and he was asking about it. So that means he only knew of her for a couple months. So that's, yeah, not cool. Okay. I want to understand rather than just believing what everyone else is saying. Can you get me in contact with Marion? And Jesse says, of course. Oh, wait, I forgot. Let me share my screen again. Dang it. Wow, did I not have my screen shared the whole time? I'm sorry. Sometimes I forget to share it. It's not because I don't know how to run my computer. I see comments like, she doesn't know how to use my computer. Yeah, I know how to use my computer, but sometimes I just forget. Sorry, guys. I've done a lot of drugs in my life. I'm a recovering addict. My memory's not, you know, I have some memory issues. Nothing like major, but like apps, you're just like, ooh, I have silly things that I do like that. And it's more that I just forget, or like when I forget to unmute it, it has nothing to do with me not being able to run my computer. But anyway, so yeah. So it says, of course, I really want to help, but I don't have access to a refund. If you provide your name, I'm happy to ask them to look and see what they're able to do. If not, there is an option to email directly through Fundly. Marion has asked for her contact information not to be given out for safety reasons. And then this person says, I'm emailing through Fundly now. Jesse, you're here and I appreciate you talking. Can you give me an explanation for why your name is placed under the account if you don't have direct access? Which is a reasonable question. And she says, you do understand how all of this is coming out, is making people concerned. And this Jesse says, I initially helped them set up the account before it was changed to Marion's name. I have no access to the bank account it is going into. I just simply help them set up the account because they're not as savvy. I'll ask them to check their emails. But wait. So is it Marion or is it the adoptive parents? Because you said the family, and then now you're saying it's in Marion's name. Oh, because, yeah, that's right. She's extended family. What a lie. So this was all, that's another scam to make it look like Marion's family running the account, right? Like, when does these lies stop? Like, all this stuff did not help. Like, it didn't make, I just don't understand why all the lies, because I feel like it wouldn't have made like anything different. Now it's just making them look like liars, you know? Anyway, it says initially, I just simply help them set up the account because they're not as savvy. I'll ask them to check their emails now. She said, it's still showing you your name on the bank account. You can see how this is confusing, no? And Jesse says, again, I really have no access to this, and it's not linked to any bank account of mine. I helped them set up the Fundly account in the beginning. And she says, do you or anyone plan on the bank account? You can see how this is. Do you or anyone plan on providing a proof of funds? She says, yes, very soon. Working on it today. I think it started over. So I want my refund, Jesse. And then it shows the response of Fundly, which Fundly saying they won't. It goes into, well, here, let me bring up that. I have a screenshot where we could read it, because if I zoom in here, it'll be too blurry. Hold on one second. Let me get it from yesterday's live. It is, or was it 2 lives ago? maybe it was 2 lives ago. Because I know I showed it. I guess it. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Wow, that was 2 lives ago. So this was her response. So she's the one that wrote, I guess, to him. They got this response. It says, "Thank you. Hi there. This is from Fundly. Thank you for reaching out regarding the donation you made through Fundly. I understand your concerns about the legitimacy of the campaign and your request for a refund. Please note that Fundly is a platform that facilitates fundraising, but the funds you contributed were transferred directly to the individual who ran the campaign, not to Fundly itself. Anyone donating to the campaign, knowing the organizer and the purpose of the campaign, is the responsibility of the participant. Therefore, Fundly does not have the ability to issue refunds on behalf of the campaign organizer. You will need to contact the campaign owner directly to request the return of your donation." So then you go and I was on their Fundly and you try to donate and it does have her name. So it is weird because if it's transferred, I don't think that could work that way because your bank account will have the name. And if you're putting money into, it's going to a specific name, I'm pretty sure it's going to have to match the bank card, unless if for some reason it's set up where you could have a different name and then it's actually the bank card and the name on the bank card. It could be someone else and the name that shows is different. I don't know. It does seem kind of weird because it does say when you go to donate, it says her name. So it almost seems like, is she lying? I don't know about that. Like, it's like one thing after another, but the thing is she should see that, or she should realize that we're all like, there's a lot of people looking into this. So like, quit lying because it's going to make you look worse because they're going to find out, look how many people are fact checking and checking and making sure. So yeah. Oh, I know. It's just crazy, man. It's like, it just surprises me, though, her knowing that everybody's looking into her, that why she would keep lying. It's almost unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't she just tell her, like, yeah, I'm getting it, because she knows people are going to look into it. So that's what I don't understand. Like, why dig yourself in a deeper hole? All right, hold on one second. And then this video I wanted to play, it's like I'll play the Kelly one first. Oh, wait, I have the wrong thing. So I wanted to play this a couple of lives ago and I kept forgetting. It's supposedly, my nose is itching. I'm allergic to you guys. Hold on, where's my 18 at? Oh, here it is. It's a TikTok Kelly did. Here it is.
Oh, damn. Okay, sorry.
She's reading messages from Wade.
Let me just put up
you guys have
one of my
seen
backgrounds.
It's short. It's not long or anything. But
is Christy thirsty?
Yeah, right.
Allergic.
I think that was a song. Okay, so it says, "What you claim."
I know that's what I'm saying. Like,
his writing style is horrible, so just be prepared. What you claim I have ever done to you, you do recall the reason charges were never filed against me, or do you not know? Detectives from West Palm paid me a visit. Together, I made a phone call to you while being recorded and asked why you were trying to do that to me in the first place. You, Kelly, said because you love me and you were upset that I left you for Courtney. Or did you not know when I called you on the phone that you were being recorded? That is why charges were never filed, because you lied and you admitted to it while two detectives were present. That never happened. That is not true. There is a police report that I think is public record that anyone can read if they want to. Stop touching me. Good Lord. It is though somewhat understandable that your memory doesn't serve you well enough, being that you were so saddened over no longer having me present around in West Palm any longer, all due to my having left to rather go spend time with Courtney. Your self-induced cloudy memory seems to always serve your personal interests.
I'm so sorry.
Like, fucking retarded. Sorry.
No, no, you're good. I'm just like getting so heated because this is such a narcissistic freaking letter that he sends over to you, and it's like full of nothing but scat and lies, bro. Like literally.
Yeah, exactly. And I just hate the way he writes. He puts words in there that don't belong to try to like make himself seem smarter. Like literally the beginning of this next sentence. It's enduringly sweet that you've made some friends along in this path that you've tried carving out in how you are apparently still in love, scorned in your own ways enough to seek attention of myself, even still after so many years. Like that sentence did not make any sense. But like you say, you've made friends like Bunny. How else could you consider or had done so, even thinking she is, without using me as some sort of channel to go about it? What?
He is so full of himself, bro.
The grammar is so wrong, though. Like, what? How else could you consider or had done so, even thinking she is, without using me as some sort of channel to go about it?
Someone give this man a book. Send him a book.
Coherent sentence. You made a valid point, minus your forming all the lies you have against me. You would have never have even spoken to a person of entertainment, and being known as Bunny is. Granted, you must feel a sixth sense of personal accomplishment in slandering my name to have gained her so-called friendship in the first place. And for you, Kelly, any making a fake friend or having talked to at all a person like that should be a milestone for you in all truthfulness. You do not need you do need all the friends you can get after, and that has never been in question. However way you want to mold versions of these various fairy tale lies that you've tried painting me as, in a way, it's me who should be grateful of sorts to you. All that you managed to do has been more increased support towards me. You see, Kelly, when someone like you acts out so maliciously, it's easy enough for others to tear apart your attempt at rising above your lowly personal status that is your entire life and serves to open the window to shine positive light on me that has always been. If you wish to remember anything at all, regardless of the time it might take, what you will end up remembering is my exoneration and release back into the world as I deserve. That's why you only can wish I never see the light of day again. Otherwise, you wouldn't know. But the truth is the truth, and the truth of what is my current situation will result in setting me free. You, me, and the entire world knows it. The only question has ever to really remain is why, of course, besides your fantasy at gaining recognition of sorts from me now, do you continue to lie so often? I know you care for me, and I understand that you are so upset seeing me caring for another woman, but this is low, even for someone like you. Take care now, Wade Wilson. Sorry.
Wow. All right, hold on one second, guys. I'm looking for that one letter I wanted to find too. Where I wonder what timestamp that is. I must have missed that. So you're saying they were talking about that specific situation of refunding? I'm always like multitasking. And you know, the crazy thing is I was listening to it 2 different times. I listened to it one straight through, and then I had it on while I was downstairs making coffee. I had it on, and my mom then was talking. So I'm always like doing a million things. So, okay, give me 1 second though. Oh, you know what? While I'm looking for that letter, I'll play this. So this is, I'm not sure, this isn't new. Hold on 1 second. It's not very old. I think it's like a few days ago or whatever. Hold on. But it's just one that I haven't played yet, so I wanted to play it. It's with the Wade supporters or whatever, like a clip from one of their lives. So It's just one that I didn't get to, like that Kelly one I didn't get to. So if you guys are confused, this one was Kelly reading texts from Wade, and they were recent texts because they were talking about oh my Lord, I can't even think. Well, they were recent. It just slipped my mind. It's not because I'm stupid. It's just my memory. Hey, I feel like I'm lucky for, all the drugs that I've done in my lifetime to just have some recall problems and memory issues. I think I developed a little bit of ADD from it too. But, I feel fortunate that that's all. But I have like trouble recalling stuff. Like I'll know something and it'll be like a word or something really like simple or just a memory or something. I can't recall it. Like it's really frustrating. And it might come across to some people as like I'm stupid, or because it could be like simple things or simple concepts, and I cannot like recall it from my memory is the best I could explain it. And I don't know, it really is frustrating, but I feel like for how much I've done in my lifetime, like I do feel fortunate because I've done a lot. Like it was pretty like extreme with my drug use too. So, okay. So I'm going to play this. Like I said, it's a clip from a WadeWives live. It's one that I haven't played yet. And then I'm going to look for that letter I wanted to find. The one from Marion from previous, the one that Wade's talking about. Like I said, I had read it a couple weeks ago when I was reading all those letters of support. But now that we know more, it'd be interesting to read it now that we know who Marion is. But here is that clip.
Mods, we expect everybody to be respectful in here, and not. We're not here for drama. We're here to answer questions. We're here to. I say answer questions. We're going to answer as many questions as we can. We've made some statements. We've posted some statements online over the last couple of days. I'm sure that you have seen them if you're following the official accounts. There are some things that we're not going to be able to answer for you, and that has to be how it is. But we're going to try to answer as many things as we can. We would like to cover questions about the case. Obviously, we can't speak to certain aspects of the case, but anything that's public knowledge, we can talk about. If anybody is interested in, how Wade is doing, we can answer certain questions about that. But mods, if you'll pin certain questions so I can answer them. I do have a guest on. This individual is also a member and has been working almost around the clock to fact check and go through the case aspects, the timelines, the things that I think everyone saw throughout the trial. And again, there are things we're going to not be able to speak about, but our goal is to try to clarify as many things as we can for you, because we do appreciate your support. Wade appreciates your support, and we want to be a little bit more boisterous about the things that, about his case that we can assist with clarifying. So mods, if you'll pin some questions so I can see them. The chat's moving pretty fast. Has the new lawyer been, I assume you're saying, retained? Yes. So the information that is being spread online about the Fundly is completely false. The Go Get Funding and the Fundly were both utilized as intended. Again, there are aspects of this that cannot be made public. at this time due to jeopardizing Wade's appeal and his future potential new trial. So we are following the advisement that we've been given. No, he does not get conjugal visits. And unfortunately, Florida does not allow conjugal visits. So that is not an option. How can you still ask for people for money and not be transparent? I think that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding here in regards to transparency versus being concerned about security. Since day one, the people who have been on.
No, never mind. I did play this. I'm sorry, guys. I just have so many things that sometimes I forget what I played or not. Oh, well, we'll listen to the rest of it because I want to find that letter. But I did play this before on one of my, I don't remember which live, on one of the last couple lives. But hopefully you guys stick around for a minute. I'm trying to find that letter.
This team have been harassed. They have been publicly bullied. They have been put in positions that have compromised their safety. So unfortunately, due to those facts, and they are facts, people have chosen to remain private, and that is their right. It does not mean that we cannot adequately serve Wade's best interest. We have done that since day one, and that is continuing to be our goal. Let's see. I sure sound like Jesse. Well, I am not. I will reassure you of that. Yes, Wade is a human being and will be treated as such. And that is what we have worked to do since this entire thing started. It is very, very difficult given the circumstances. It is not an easy thing. I will tell you that every single day we have 24/7 coverage on this team. So I will tell you there are people working around the clock to ensure that what is happening and the progress with his case and the things that we are doing are above board, and we are diligently continuing to work towards that goal. I can tell you that we did achieve that goal. We hit a major milestone by retaining an attorney. I'm sorry you feel betrayed. I am sorry. There are things that I can't speak about regarding that situation. But I will tell you that I deeply apologize for anyone feeling betrayed or, lied to, or I don't know what, emotion. I know there's anger, I know there's resentment, but I will tell you that that was not the intent. And the team as a whole is continuing to go forward. So that is our goal. That is what we are attempting to do. It is not changing. Again, I can't answer questions about the most recent information that's been.
Dang. Okay, it's over. Oh, no, it's not.
I'll read the question to
Good.
you.
I got a little more time. I haven't found it yet.
Here's the question as far as how many are that makes up part of Team Wade, and that he actually has a team.
Yes. So we have a team of approximately at this time. So we have kind of a team and then a sub team. And the core team is 5 individuals. We do have other team members who they are assisting us with other things. And that is about 7 6 or 7 people. Again, all who have chosen to remain private because of, our main goal was getting Wade the assistance he needed. And that's been, that has been the paramount reason. And then the safety issues became ever so clear
Let's see if there's
because
another
of
one.
what we were dealing with.
They have asked who is we.
I don't know what that means.
As far as we, I guess, as in Team Wade. We as his panel, we have worked countless hours researching, dissecting testimony, dissecting dispositions, going over actual fact timeline, putting him exactly where the attorneys and the court failed to place him at. We have done with all of the evidence discoveries, what was missing from the case, addressing individual or as far as attorney representation. And if you think that we haven't been doing things behind the scene and we have not been doing our job because we have not been out live, people need to get a new perspective as far as why we're here. And we're not here except to benefit Wade and his well-being. And our main goal for why this team was formed in the first place. They have asked if Jesse is off of the case. Whether it was Jesse or whether it was Marie or whoever she was, every individual that is a part of
Okay, part of what? Part of what? I didn't know.
Are you back? They have, I was talking as far as what we have been doing behind the scenes.
Okay, it's over. But I found the letter. I was just seeing if there's another she wrote more than one letter. But I did find one from Marion. Now I'm talking about not the post, because I already read the one that she posted today to like everybody. Talking about the letter that they were talking about on the phone call that she wrote to him and reached out to Wade. Remember the letters of support when I was reading them? That's what I'm talking about. I found it, but I'm just kind of going through. There's a few more I want to go through just to make sure, to see if there was only one. I mean, I think there was, but since I'm almost there. Says I almost went through them all. I might as well just make it through, right? I could play, I guess while I'm doing this, I could play. Oh, there's a lot more. Shoot. All right. Yeah, I'll just read that. I thought it was almost through. There's so many more. I'll look through them like later if I'm playing another video if I have time. But I did find the one. There might only be one anyway. But I want to write where I left off so I don't have to go through them again. Okay, so this is the letter she wrote to him. me exit out of this, exit out of that. Hold on 1 second. Okay, actually, I'm going to save that letter so I have it. Let me save it real quick. Okay. And then I found 2 letters from somebody named Don Apple. So the reason those caught my eye, because remember him, Wade's message, his new message talking about somebody named Don. It wasn't Apple, but it was Don Prophet or Don something. But it just makes me wonder, because is Apple really this person's last name? I mean, I don't know. Almost seems like a fake name maybe, but I just thought that was kind of interesting. I'm going to save those 2 just in case, just curiosity on what they're about. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm sorry. I just had to go through a lot of files. All right. Here we go. Oh. Why does it do that? Oops. Didn't mean to bring that up. All right. Here. Dude, it keeps, that is so weird, guys. It keeps saving the wrong one. Watch, so you guys don't think I'm crazy. I'll show you. But watch it work now. Watch it work. So like I go to save it, right? This is the letter, right? For Marion Worth. But I know it's going to work now because I'm showing you. But I swear I did this twice where I saved it. Okay. And then I go in to open it and it's something different. Now let's see. Hold on. If it works now, oh well, at least I'll have a download of it. Now, no, look what it saves. And I'll show you, look. Marion letter. I just saved it, right? At 3 times I did this and it's saving the wrong one. So now I guess I can't save it. I do not get it. Anyway, I have it, but it just won't save right. So that's another thing I was trying to tell people, like, oh, when they said I don't know how to use my computer, it's like there's glitches sometimes that happen with StreamYard, with computers. It's not that you don't know how, but technology sometimes is unpredictable. Okay, so let's read it. So here we go. It's dated okay, what is it dated? July 8th, 2024. Wait, this might kind of put us perspective exactly what, because she didn't give the exact date, right? Phone calls from prison. It just said from June or July 2024, right? And he says, did he say he just got a letter? So obviously the phone call sometime after July 8th. Okay, it says, Dear Judge Thompson. So this is, I'll show you right here. It's Marion Worth, okay? I'll make it a little bit bigger so I could read it on this screen. We trust this letter finds you well. We are a group of concerned citizens who observed several aspects of Mr. Wilson's trial that raised significant legal and procedural concerns. Oh, wait, no, this is to the judge. Oh, no, he was talking about that. Yeah, see, he was talking about the letter. They were talking about the letters of support. That's right. What does anybody have a timestamp though on that? Because I don't want to play the whole phone calls from prison, that one, but. You guys were talking about she was talking about, she explained the refund. Does anybody have the timestamp of when she explains that? Because I want to listen to it again because I must have missed that part. Okay, so we are a group of concerned individuals who observed several aspects of Mr. Wilson's trial that raised significant legal and procedural concerns. Accordingly, we respectfully request that you reconsider the jury's decision to impose the death penalty on Mr. Wade Wilson and instead impose a lighter sentence that reflects the possibility of recovery and rehabilitation. Public opinion. A recent poll showed 57% of Floridians prefer life without parole over the death penalty, with many unaware of the higher costs associated with capital punishment. This reflects a significant shift in public opinion against the death penalty. Maintaining a death row prisoner in Florida is much more expensive than a regular inmate, costing approximately $24 million per execution, while life imprisonment costs about $600,000 over a typical life sentence. Wait, $600,000 over a typical life sentence? I mean, Florida spends about $51 million annually on the death penalty, far more than life imprisonment without parole, mirroring the national trend. Substance abuse during the crime. At the time of the crime, Mr. Wilson was under the influence of hard drugs, which are known to induce extreme mind-altering and violent behavior, possibly triggering a drug-related psychosis. This condition results in delusions, hallucinations, and significant impairment in controlling actions, impacting Mr. Wilson's ability to comprehend his actions during and after the crime. As he reported, he was unable to sleep for 2.5 days, a common sign of psychosis. So wait, she's admitting right there, she's admitting that he did it, right? Because I thought the weight supporters aren't saying, no, he's innocent. He's innocent. She's not saying he's innocent right here. Anyway, prenatal drug exposure. Mr. Wilson's mother consumed drugs during pregnancy, which Steve, his biological father, said that's not true. So I don't know. He said she didn't even drink or do drugs during the pregnancy. I think they're just assuming she did because now she's an addict, but she was 14 years old. It doesn't mean she was a big addict that couldn't quit. Even if she did party a little bit at that time or whatever, that couldn't quit for her pregnancy or didn't. Or that maybe she didn't even start using yet. I don't know, but he said she wasn't. Steve. Anyway, they're saying Mr. Wilson's mother consumed drugs during pregnancy, which can cause in utero brain damage, leading to long-term cognitive impairments affecting behavior and decision-making. Additionally, Mr. Wilson's mother suffers from mental illness, likely to contribute to his genetic predisposition, which I agree with that. The mental illness thing and predisposition. Oh, well, what about phone calls from prison? So we could just, whoever said the times, Atlanta. All right. Lack of paternal support. Mr. Testaseca's testimony against his son revealed deep-seated animosity, likely stemming from Mr. Wilson's conception from an affair with a 13-year-old. Despite being young at the time of Mr. Wilson's birth, Mr. Testaseca never made any attempts to reach out to his son later in life, even when he was older and had his own business. This lack of effort to connect with his biological son demonstrates a deficiency in providing paternal care. Furthermore, Mr. Testaseca's active participation in securing a death sentence for his own son raises substantial ethical and legal concerns. It also leaves open the question of whether Mr. Testaseca may have negotiated an agreement with the prosecution to avoid charges for statutory R. His actions highlight his lack of character and compassion, as well as his failure to address Mr. Wilson's drug addiction, which he may have inadvertently supported financially. What did they say? What? No. So they're thinking that he may have negotiated an agreement with the prosecution to avoid charges for... He was, how old? He was like 15, 14. He was a minor too. They both were like around the same age. What? Influence of family testimonies. Family testimonies can significantly impact court decisions, potentially introducing biases that may not accurately reflect the defendant's character or the crime's circumstances. The U.S. Supreme Court recognizes the potential prejudicial nature of victim impact statements, which can lead to arbitrary sentence decisions rather than reasoned moral judgments based on the case's facts. Jury influenced by prosecution. The jury in Mr. Wilson's case was likely swayed by the prosecution's dismissal of significant mitigating factors, such as Mr. Wilson's concussion history. Concussions, a form of traumatic brain injury, can cause long-term effects, including memory issues, cognitive impairments, and personality changes. The jury announced the death sentence verdict within just 2 hours, indicating a lack of thorough consideration. Yeah, but that's how the jury works. That's how our system works. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just because that's their decision. Prosecution's misrepresentation of concussion. And then the jury's always told that they form their own opinions. They hear both sides and then they decide what they want to believe and what's what. You know what I'm saying? During the trial, the prosecution trivialized Mr. Wilson's head injury, stating boys bumped their heads every day, downplaying its impact on his mental state. Such a dismissive approach constitutes obstruction of justice, undermining the trial's fairness and integrity. I mean, have they not watched trials and how they argue, like the prosecution against the defense? I mean, they're against each other. So of course they make it seem like what they're saying is true and what the other person's saying is not. You know what I'm saying? It's the way it works. It doesn't mean it was obstruction of justice, though. Personal experience. As a mother of 3, I have witnessed the profound impact of mental health issues on my youngest son. Once a harmless, sweet, and intelligent child, he began experiencing severe brain changes at 14, mainly suffering from panic attacks, depression, and mood swings. By age 17, he developed oppositional defiant disorder. By age 20, he became psychotic, exhibiting anger and violent behavior. Through years of dedicated care, he stabilized at 24. I believe with appropriate treatment, Mr. Wilson could also heal from the pain that led him to seek solace in drugs. He deserves the chance to heal, find his higher self, and potentially find a path to redemption. But the thing is he's still using in prison and in jail. So he's not learning. He's still, you know what I'm saying? He's not trying to work on himself. Victim of a murder case. I have personally experienced the profound impacts of a violent crime, as my oldest son, 44, was tragically murdered in August 2023. Even in such a grievous, so wait, 44, so she's, okay, so that picture though, Yeah, I guess she could be that old, because I'm wondering that picture of Marion Worth that's going around that people are saying is her. Is that really her? But yeah, I guess she could look like, even if she's like 60. Yeah, but I guess that could be like a 60 or older year old, huh? Anyway, I advocate for life imprisonment rather than the death penalty as the most just and humane resolution. Tattoos and survival in jail. Oh, Tanya, you made it. And I'm saying you made it. Okay. So now, Sarah, you got some help. Is Sol here? Wait, Alsane and Tanya, have you been here? Or you? And I just haven't seen you. Oh, Dark Sea too. We got 4 mods. Wow, this is like the most mods we've had together at once in like months. That's awesome. Sol might be here too. I don't know. Is she? Maybe not. Anyway. Okay. I was saying sorry. I just now Mod City. Yeah, it is Mod City. I was just making a remark how like, I don't know how, or was I? Did I actually say that in a live, or was that just a message? But talking about how there hasn't been very many mods lately. Yeah, I think I did say it in a live. All right, where am I at here? Okay, tattoos and survival in jail. Mr. Wilson's face tattoos likely resulted from the need to survive in a hostile jail environment. The prosecution's direct attack on Mr. Wilson for his tattoos was an unfair tactic to prejudice the jury against him. Now, I watched the trial. Why don't I remember? What did they say about his tattoos? Somebody remind me. I don't remember them, like, attacking him for his tattoos. I'm not saying they didn't. I just don't remember. Can somebody remind me what they said about his tattoos? All right. Necessary medical testing. Comprehensive medical evaluations, including neuropsychological examinations, MRIs, EEGs, and QEEG brain mapping, are crucial to determine any possible brain issues. Mr. Wilson also played sports and suffered multiple head injuries, including concussions, which can lead to long-term brain damage. The absence of these evaluations further contributes to reasonable doubt regarding his culpability and the appropriateness of the death penalty. This person saying, Marion is saying that the prosecution attacked him for his tattoos. I don't remember that happening. That's what I'm asking. Do you remember? I really don't. Oh, they said that he had to get those face tats to survive. Oh, okay. Well, that's not really that attacking. How is that? Huh. Oh, I do too. That's the thing. I do that. Yes. Like, I can't remember if I vocalized it. Like, yes, that happens a lot where it's like, did I actually say that or not? Yeah. Okay. So where are we at? Reasonable doubt. Given the complexity and gravity of this case, there remain significant unresolved questions as the source and composition of the drugs Mr. Wilson was given. These factors cast substantial doubt on the certainty of Mr. Wilson's guilt. The possibility of undiscovered exculpatory evidence warrants a more cautious approach, prioritizing a lighter sentence over the irreversible death penalty. Now, those of you just coming in, this is the letter that Marion wrote to the judge, Marion Worth, the one that's running the Funly. So, yeah. And the one they were talking about on the jail call today. And the one that we read her post today. Anyway, moral and ethical considerations. Imposing a death sentence raises significant moral and ethical concerns, especially considering the jury's lack of all facts due to missing investigations and prosecution misrepresentation. The act of state-sanctioned execution perpetuates a cycle of violence. The irreversible nature of the death penalty leaves no room for rectifying judicial errors, which is particularly troubling in Mr. Wilson's case. Distinguishing Mr. Wilson from mass murderers. Mr. Wilson's actions were influenced by drug use and brain damage. Distinguishing him from mass murderers. The prosecution failed to consider the significant circumstances influencing his actions adequately. Evaluating the purpose of the death penalty. Mr. Wilson presents no risk to his fellow inmates, having been incarcerated for 5 years without violent outbreaks. The evidence suggests he does not fit the profile of an individual who poses a risk to others. Prosecution's personal attack on Mr. Wilson's tattoos. The prosecution's direct attack on Mr. Wilson for his tattoos was legally inappropriate and aimed to prejudice the jury. This behavior is considered prosecutorial misconduct, undermining the trial's integrity and potentially warranting a mistrial. Remedies for prosecutorial misconduct. In cases of prosecutorial misconduct, such as misrepresenting facts and making personal attacks, there are several legal remedies available, including the possibility of a mistrial to ensure justice is properly served. Well, yeah. So, and then, oh, wait, there's more. Prevent the death penalty, and then this is showing the signatures. They got 3,532, but this was in July, as she says, and growing. Why this petition matters. It says, oh, this is the one with all of this. I remember this. I actually read this in 2 parts. I read this up to here, and then I ended up reading the rest later. There have been numerous studies on the brain that suggest certain brain disorders or abnormalities that may contribute to criminal behavior, including why some individuals might commit violent acts such as murder. Here are some key points from the research. I'm probably not going to read all this again because it's a lot. Still, I mean, this stuff's interesting, though. It always has interested me. But she goes over, like, you know, prefrontal cortex dysfunction, I mean, all kinds of, like, stuff in the brain. I mean, I need some water. Unless you guys want me to, I mean, I don't know, it's up to you guys. I could probably just skip it. I don't feel like reading it, but if you want me to, I will. Oh, Trevor, thanks. Oh, wait, I missed these. Sorry, I hope you're still here. Thank you. Digging the new setup, homegirl. Thank you. And thank you again. Sorry, I just now seeing this. And Bree, when they picked the jury and vetted them, they kicked out those who mentioned the tattoos, made them impartial. So she's delusional. Okay. Thanks, Bree. So yeah, does the Adrian Raines research. Adrian Raine, a well-known neurocriminologist, has conducted extensive research on the brain structures of violent criminals, including murderers. In one of his studies, Raine used brain imaging techniques to compare the brains of convicted murderers to those of non-violent individuals. He found that murderers often have a reduced activity in the prefrontal cortex, a region associated with impulse control, decision-making, and moral reasoning. James Fallon Studies is a neuroscientist, conducted brain scans of psychopaths, including some who who had committed murders. His research indicated that psychopaths often have abnormalities in the orbital cortex and the amygdala, areas involved in emotional regulation and impulse control. Fallon's work was highlighted as a potential link between brain structure and violent behavior. Then you got the Blair. This study focused on individuals with antisocial personality disorder, a condition often associated with violent behavior. The researchers found that the individuals with ASPD showed reduced volume in the orbitofrontal cortex, a brain region involved in ethical behavior and decision-making. It is, I mean, it's interesting stuff, really, but I think, like the brain. But anyway, so yeah, there's like a bunch more to go through. So I don't know if she writes another letter, but that might be the only one. And then, what else? Oh, I wanted to go over, remember when Sarah, one of the ex-WadeWives that wrote, she basically talked to him for, she said like a week. She came on the other live, she came up and she was sending me some messages between her and Wade or whatever. Or I guess it was just Wade's, but I never did get the rest of those. She was supposed to send them, she didn't. But remember, she was sending me the group chat she was in with some of the WadeWives, and I read them. I was gonna read those again because where are they? Hold on a second. Let me find where I did with them. Because some of them are with Marion, and there's a Kristen, but it's not the same Kristen. It's not Kiosk Kristen. All right, let's see. So here is says, did you read the letter? Did you read the letter drafted that was sent to the judge? I sent a video to the other advocate and it says I'm innocent. You speak to Wade. What does Wade want us to get out in the open? We are his voice. He has spoken about case details. Here is what Marion Advocate wrote me this morning. My dearest Kristen, you are right. I agree 100%. Let's work together and try and help Wade. He is definitely being framed. His bio father is the biggest jerk under the sun. Wonder what kind of deal he made with the prosecution. These are all out of order. I try to put them somewhat in order here. Anyway, contact him. It says, please try to tell him about the letter to the judge and also tell him there are people out here working to help him and that we believe him. To stay strong and not give up hope. We will continue until he gets justice. Also try to get his sister's contact info so we can work with her and his family. He is such a sweet guy. He didn't show certain pictures at the trial to protect his family. He's a sweetheart. We can text, chat, or FaceTime today, whatever you're comfortable with. My dearest, or P.S., my son Dean started out being Asperger's, turned into autism. When he collapsed 3 years ago, he is in constant state psychosis. I know mental illness. Oh, shoot. Dang it. I even had these numbered and I read it out of order. Sorry. So this says, hold on, shoot. Where's one at? Okay, so I was thinking, let me read some of this again. Because I forgot, I didn't read the 2 one and I got it out of order. So this is Marion talking. So it says, he's being framed. His bio father is the biggest jerk under the sun. I wonder what kind of deal he's made with the prosecution to do such a horrific thing as putting his son on death row. I was thinking possibly they threatened him because of the act with Wade's mother being 13 years old at the time of conception. What do you think? So that's where that came from. So this is Marion writing that. She's the one that just wrote the letter. No, that's not it. All right, now 2 is right here. This is the one I haven't read yet. To do such a horrific thing as putting his son, right here, on death row. So she's basically thinking they threatened him because he was 13 years old at the time, or the mother was 13 years old. What do you think? I'm looking into hiring a specialist to help us with the video and to get this video in top lists so to be seen and supported by like-minded people. Please shoot me a text. Texting is quicker way for us to connect in case of questions. Time is of the essence. I sent Wade $50 to his jail account last week. I also wanted to reach out to him, but I didn't know how to contact him. Please try to tell him about the letter to the judge and also tell him there are people out here working to help him and that we believe him to stay strong and to not give up hope. We will continue until he gets justice. Also try to get his sister's contact info so we can work with her. And then that's the one that I read, yeah. So we can work with her and his family. And then it goes on to say he's such a sweet guy. Okay. So that was the person that the letters that we just wrote or just read. And then what's this one? Here's some more. These are all the family or the group text that she was in. So this is it. So Marion was in it, a girl named Kristen. There's the Anna that was supposedly Anna was Emma, right? I think it was confusing because she was describing who everyone was. And I think she was saying Emma was the one that was in the Patreon calls, the explicit phone calls. At least they think, I think. So this is, it costs more money to keep a docket number open. So they run with what they have and force people to plead guilty and close the case. Exactly. He said he was innocent. So who is the fourth person? Male DNA. Because so there's talking about the DNA in Kristine's house, right? Right. I wonder about his attorney. Why doesn't he question what we are questioning? Marilyn, I sent you information on the mental health and addiction attorney. Maybe we can get them to donate their service. That's a great idea. I will check. In court, they don't allow speaking of some of these, like there's not all of them there, and then they're not in perfect order. I tried to get them, but so Sarah's the green, right? So she says, yeah, this is where Kansas is. This is where Kansas is way different in some aspects because that's where she's from. And then they say, what about Wade's first attorney, first psychologist who failed him? Do you have recorded conversations with Wade, Sarah? She says, no, I don't. Yeah, that's crazy, terrible. When Wade speaks to you, what does he say? Sarah, why is Wade's family not openly? So they're trying to get these Wade, they're I feel just almost obsessed with him. So Sarah had talked to him. So they're like, hey, do you have recorded conversations? And then they're trying to get a hold of him. They all want to get a hold of him and get in contact with him at the time when they weren't yet. And it says, Marilyn, can you send me a link to your Facebook so I can send the screen recording of the messages from this guy in jail with Wade? They took Uber. Who's they? So where is Mila's car? That's wild because it's like a huge fabrication. And she missed calls from Dead Girl's phone. And then he's still rabid on drugs. When they find him sweating his ass off shirtless in her car. And says, the gal that got killed and Wade went to her house in the Uber that night. That's a super long tweak. That is about 18 hours or so of extreme high. And says, and he took her car in the morning. Right. But where did the charger, the ex accused him of stealing? Right. I think he got drugs. he wasn't used to, possibly a PCP, a setup. Right. Oh, right here. Angel dust. And then Sarah says, she said he and the car weren't at the bar and he took her keys. And I don't understand the relationship with the first dead girl. Was she the engaged one, or was that the one yanked on the street? And then this person says, not MDMA, because that stuff actually heals the brain. And Sarah says, I think it's Flocka. He was doing some crazy stuff. And then they say, the one from street was engaged. And Sarah says, thankfully, someone understands the drug period table of elements. It says, the first one was a single waitress. And then Sarah says, so they just met, I guess? And he says, I do know how drugs work on the brain. And then it says, the car stuff is not as important. What matters is that we get the judge to not sentence him to death. Sarah says, sure, but it does make a difference as to how he left the bar and who with, because if her car was gone and so was he, someone was dropped off and drove him. So this person is associated with the start of the downhill moments after. It says, true, good point. Where's the surveillance of him at the Buddha Lounge? I believe they gave him bad drugs. He was set up. And Sarah says, so still, where'd the Hellcat and who was it? The DNA expert said 4 DNAs, right? Like Wade said, he was set up. Okay. Hold on, there's a few more. I feel like I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Oh, this was Bunny, XO, the Jelly Roll's wife. I have no idea who that girl is, and everything she's saying is a lie, babe. I just learned who she was today, and I blocked her. His ex showed me today all of the stuff she's saying, and it's either him lying and exaggerating just to look cool, or she's completely off her rocker, LOL. We are trying to do a docu-series with the costumes and Wade. I spoke to him once on the phone to see if he would be interested, and once through email, but they, for some reason, blocked the email, which is why he has to call me. Other than that business call, there is zero reason for him or I to talk, which I have every receipt proving all that. So let her know whatever he's telling her is completely false. Victims, not costumes. Up here where she puts costumes. Where is it? Right here. It's supposed to be victims. I have no idea. It auto-corrected to that. All right. And then, hello. I seen in a comment you talk to Wade often. If you can let him know I have hooked up with other agencies that are advocating for him. We had a letter drafted up and sent it to the judge. We are here to support, not to lust. I've been printing everything out so I can mail it to Wade. If you truly do have contact with Wade, let him know we are working hard night and day to collect what we can to help him. Our main priority is to get the petition signatures up. I tried adding Wade to be able to email, but nothing accepted yet. Sorry to bother you. We just want to get this information to him. We don't want Wade to feel like he's alone. Have a blessed day. And then they only want credit card. Wait, I show you. And then Sarah says, I don't have PayPal personally, but I know there's a way for you to get a card generated through PayPal. Dang, I didn't know that they don't allow other countries because they list every single one. And when you have to enter your info, and then this is that Hannah that was talking to Wade. And then she did say that Wade, basically, Hannah doesn't talk to Wade anymore because Wade basically cut off everybody that was sharing his messages. So because Hannah shared his messages, he cut her off and stopped talking to her. That's what Sarah said. Says, well, Emma going to look dumb AF because she thinks she has Melissa going on her live tomorrow. And Emma is promoting her live with Melissa, saying the story of Diane for tomorrow. Melissa is just about to drop her and tell her how two-faced she is and that she isn't being used by Emma. Wait. She wanted me to let you know that Emma screwed her over too. Emma and her little cult would talk crap behind Melissa's back, then be nice to her. They're all spineless. And so this shows a date, July 7th. Hello, this chat is to help Wade Wilson. Oh, and that letter was what, July 8th, right? I think. Was it 8th or 7th that Marion wrote? Anyway, I'll look in a minute. The chat is to help Wade. Hi, hola. I wrote a letter to Judge Thompson advocating for Wade. I will attach it shortly. Marilyn, meet Sarah. Sarah, meet Marilyn. As I sent yesterday, there is a video surfacing TikTok with new information about how Wade is being framed and threatened. I know, I feel he is not a bad guy here. Yes, I'm glad I can be of help. Exactly. Sarah, may I email you a copy to see what you think? I sent it to her. I'm also working on a video to spread the truth. Sarah says she has important information and to advocate against the death sentence. Let's hear it. I agree. Right. I think they made deals. Then Sarah says, I don't know. I want to learn this all from a fresh perspective and not have an opinion of him. And then they say, what does he have to say? He is a good guy with mental issues that his parents didn't know how to deal with and to get proper help. And it says, I agree. And then Sarah says, are his adoptive parents still alive and are they in his life? And somebody says, when an inmate is released from jail, a mental health and drug addiction counselor is supposed to follow up with the inmates. Why wasn't this done for Wade? Exactly. Aaron Fernandez also came to my mind. They need to finance the legal system. They do not care about people. It costs more money to keep a docket number open, so they run with that, with what? In his call to the news station, he said he's being framed. Do you think if you told Wade, Marilyn sent a letter to the judge to help Wade, he'd be interested in giving more information? But there was 4 DNAs found. There was another guy besides Wade. And Sarah says, I honestly have no idea. I think it's his attorney due to appeals his fans file. He is keeping it tight-lipped. And they say, that's okay. We need to get a lot of signatures for the letter to the judge. Let's work on that. Oh, I forgot. I got a message from a guy who was locked up with Wade, I'm sure, in 2013. We need to get this info out on YouTube. Let me grab these messages. I think they made deals to cover themselves. Yeah, I seen that. Angry exes and lady whom Wade resided with in Texas. They all were involved with drugs and not charged. Just like his father, biggest jerk under the sun. Sarah, did Wade say who was threatening his safety and what has Wade told you? Sarah says, no, because I've never talked to him about that.
Unlock your iPhone first.
I must have heard Siri. No, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, scared me. Dang it. That scared me. It popped up. Anyway, he said, yeah, that girl Kelly has Fox 4 News on her story. I believe Wade. He is not a bad person. They're trying to make an example of him, Sarah. Can I email you a letter? We need to try to get the judge to change the sentence. Yeah, the girl Kelly has Fox 4 News on her story. Oh, wait, sorry. The girls are angry exes and will go beyond and out to ruin his life. Yes, and she sends her email. Yes, exactly. The girls are angry and jealous. Did Wade talk to you about how his father set him up? The exes we know, they are angry. Lies, lies, and lies because of jealousy. Exactly. You make Wade feel cared about. He never had anyone on his side. He has always been let down. We are his safe. Alrighty, so that's that. Oh, thanks, Kai Zion. Kai Zion. Thank you for the super chat. Bree, I thanked you already, right? Yeah. When they picked the jury, they vetted them. Yeah, okay. Yep. Kicked those. So they mentioned tattoos. So yeah, they were making it as fair as possible. Oh, thank you, Mesa Pinoza. Yay, you joined. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Edith, member for 2 months. Yeah, those were good. Those last phone calls. These last 2 phone calls that were released are very interesting. Like, they're really good. Like, I was starting to get tired, like bored of the Kristen ones. And like how I used to like look forward to like the next one. The Kristen ones, I started getting so bored where I was just like, oh, another one? Is it Kristen? So now that it's somebody else, it's interesting again. Wait, what are you laughing at, Zav? Or saying? What did I? You have laughing and then my name. What did I do? I'm trying to think. Did I say something funny? I don't know. Tricky. I am too, dude. I am so glad that like my childhood was no internet, no phones. The most internet I had growing up in schools, it was like the those big, like you'd have computer class and it would be the what is that one is coming to my head, that game that everybody probably played. Oh my god, it's on the tip of my tongue. See, the Recall. I can like picture it. This is a little bit different because it's like a past memory, but I have like that issue or something like that I should be able to recall. But this is an older memory. Oh, where you go and you're traveling and you get stuff to survive. Oh my god. Hi, Big Bon. Or I put up the wrong one. Oh yeah. I came up in the 80s and 90s until I agree. Yeah, me too. 81, I was born. Oregon Trail, yes, that's it. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you. We'd play that. That was like the only game option, at least in grade school. Like my grade school was from preschool to 8th grade. It was the same school. And I remember like going, we'd have computer class. And it wasn't even every day. It was like once a week or something. You go to those big computers that were all and I didn't even have like my as far as cell phones, like I was one of the last ones to get a cell phone. I was in college, I remember, and I remember like people started getting them and I refused. Like I'm not getting one. Like I don't need one. I've went all my life without one. I'm not, and I was like in refusal, because I was like, big hippie, like no, I don't need no cell phone. And but then I finally did, and it was a flip phone. But it was like, I was one of the later ones to get it. And it's just like a flip phone. And then when I had the flip phone, I was like, I'm not going to get a smartphone. I don't need internet. Like, so I was one of the later ones to like upgrade too, because I had a flip phone forever. I'm like, I just need it for emergencies to be able to call. I don't need internet that, no. I'm going to live my life, nature, and just like not care about the internet. And then, eventually I gave in and got it. And once again, was probably one of the later ones to get a smartphone. And now I can't even imagine being without it. It sucks though, because like we weren't without it for so long. And now it's like when you can't find your phone, you're like, oh my God, where's your phone? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? I need my phone. It's crazy. You do? Does it work? And Nintendo was the only game that I've ever played too, or like Super Nintendo. Like these video games, I have no desire to play. I know I could probably get into it and get addicted and have fun, but it's like I don't even want to go that route. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just right now I have no desire. But like I like Nintendo, the simple like Super Mario and what was the one? Oh my God. I could actually, it was one of the few games I could beat. It's like you're shooting. So yeah, Nintendo was fun. So I want to end this because I don't have much more to go, but I want to end this. I found some like new pictures that I haven't seen of because I never even like we're so focused on like Wade and all the wives and like all of this drama that I forget to like look into Diane and Kristine, you know? And so I was going through their Facebooks like, oh my God. I didn't even really like the only pictures I saw them were just like the few pictures that were going on because I didn't even try to like go and look into it. It's like, what am I doing? Like, I got to check out because I usually do like a lot of the times for cases I would do like a tribute type video and stuff. But anyway, so I thought I could end it sharing some of the pictures that's on their Facebooks. Have you guys has anybody went to their Facebook? So let's start with Kristine's. Now you'll see this guy with her a lot up until like the time like months before she died. But I found one in 2013 where it says, because everybody's like, oh, who's the new guy? And it says, he's my bestie from Chicago. So he's just like a good friend, I guess. But here's some pictures of her. Kristine, there she is right here. Do I still have my screen share? Yeah. I know how sometimes I forget. I don't know if that's her mom. I think it is her mom because there's one more recent one where it says it's her mom. I think that was her, but there she is. Hi, Hellcat. Hi, Angie Elvin. Did I just skip one? That was weird. Oh, good point. Yeah, Jordan, that's a good point. Yep. Oh, no, there's no sound. I'm just scrolling. I'm just going to a picture. There isn't supposed to be sound. I didn't do a tribute yet. I just said like, gosh, I usually do a tribute and I haven't even barely, you know, shown pictures or even looked for pictures, just the same ones that people were sharing. Normally I'll go and find pictures of them and make a nice tribute. And so I finally went in and was like looking, you know, on their Facebook, Diane and her both have a bunch of pictures of them, you know, of themselves and stuff. So I saved them and I should do a tribute. I'll have to work on one where I'll put music, but right now that's her mom. Yeah. Cause this one, the post says her mom right here. Wait, what are you confused about, Wyatt? I don't understand. Why would there be music on the pic? I'm scrolling through pictures. I didn't make a tribute yet. I'm just going through pictures. So yeah, why would there be music? I'm confused. I'm confused. Why do you think pictures just come with music? Is that? I don't know. I just wanted to go through, some pictures, try to kind of remember the victims here. And hey, Slo Morrison. Did I say hi to you already? Maybe I did. I'm not singing. I'll say you sing. I know, right, Sunkissed? Right? It's so sad. I can't even imagine. But you said you're confused. There's no music. You did say it up there. What do you mean? That was your post. It's okay. Tanya, you sing with us, but that's kind of unfair because the only person that anybody's going to hear is me if we all sing. Aww. I know, Melanie, but what I'm saying is I haven't done the tribute yet. I'm just going through pictures with you guys right now. I didn't have time. I just grabbed them an hour before the live or whatever. So, and I was like, you know what, I should. So I could work on one. But usually when I do it, it takes me a while because I put so much thought into what music I use. So I go through my the music site I use and go through just grab a ton of songs that possible uses. And then I go through them and try to narrow them down. And I just put a lot of thought behind it. So yeah, so I haven't had time yet to do it since I thought of it, and I just was thinking of it today. I should, but I like her. Is that a skirt or pants? Whatever it is, I like it. I like all the colors. That's my style. I like the different patterns and colors and that shit right there. Mm-hmm. She is with her best friend a lot. This guy is, I guess, one of her best guy friends or whatever. But she's got a lot of pictures with him. So now we're going to Diane. Oh yeah, I know. I love that song. It's good, isn't it? It's so good. Sometimes I do the intro with it too. Yeah, thanks. I do. I put a lot of thought into all my the music I pick. Probably more. I probably take more time than I probably should, but I can't help it. It's just I can't not for some reason. Oh, I could. I probably have a few songs in the StreamYard thing, but I don't know if any of them will be appropriate to play as I'm scrolling through because they're more I don't know. I'll just talk. We're almost done. Aww. So sad. Can't even imagine what she had to go. Well, both of them. I don't understand these people that are obsessing over weight. Can't they think what kind of person can do that to somebody? I had to screenshot some of his teeth for potential thumbnail. They're just funny because there's a clip where there's like a lot of, you can see the teeth. Anyway, that's all I got right now. So we'll just do wind down or probably end it here. That's all I have to share. Oh, ooh, let me see if I got any emails. Hold on. Sometimes people email me some good stuff. Let's see here. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, so thanks. Somebody clipped out a quick thing of one of this phone call. Oh, thanks. It's at least a part of them talking about that thing that we were talking about with the refund or whatever. But see, yeah, I'm listening to that clip, but I don't remember that part. It must be a part where, like, when I was listening to it up here, that I started maybe like writing or doing something where I like was using my brain, doing something else where that part I didn't absorb that part. Because yeah, here, it's just a quick clip somebody clipped here. I'll show you. Where'd it go? All right, here.
She sent that $100 and shit, huh?
Yeah, she did. Yep. She sent a little message with it too. Hold on, I'll read it to you.
I'm gonna have to listen to this thing again.
I don't give a fuck, dude. We don't need to do all this. I thought
it's nothing
God
serious.
damn it.
It's
Why the
nothing
fuck
serious.
can they send these? No, Jesse, why can they send messages on PayPal? She sent that $100 and shit, huh?
Yeah, she did. Yep. She sent a little message with it too. Hold on, I'll read it to you.
I don't give a fuck, dude. We don't need to do all this. I thought
it's nothing
God
serious.
damn it.
It's
Why the
nothing
fuck
serious.
can they send these? No, Jesse, why can they send messages on PayPal? She sent that $100 and shit, huh?
Wow. This should definitely make people quit thinking about, I think eventually, like, the more calls that come out and hear more stuff that she says, I think eventually they're gonna dwindle down farther and farther down, the supporters. Oh, you know what though? I also wanted to not clear up something, but yesterday when I was sharing something, I had one of those moments where, like, I call it like a blonde moment, or just a moment where it's like, duh. When I was saying, hold on, I'll show you. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Is it this one? Yeah. So I was like, oh, at the time I was like, oh, there's a new fangirl. No, I don't know if you guys remember. So this is Courtney. This is that Courtney that we've been talking about. And so I think when she said, remember that post where she posted on her TikTok and it said message from Wade coming later? And then somebody in chat was like, no, she didn't do it. I was like, did she do a live yet? Where's the message? I was thinking it was going to be some kind of like live message or something. Like they were going to talk about it on a live, or you know how he does those recordings and like he sends them and then there's a message to everybody. And then people are like, no, she didn't do one. Well, I think this is what she meant, this message right here, because this is sent to her and it's from Wade. It says, I'll read it. I read it last night, but I'll read it again since I'm talking about it. It says, now on to the Fundly page. There's been some skepticism. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure this is the first one because there's two of them. Here, that's the first one. Okay. It says, I know there's been a lot of chatter and confusion lately, and it's time to clear the air. Things have been pretty wild, and I want to make sure everyone is on the same page about a few crucial things. First off, let's talk about Jessie. She's been a rock solid ally through all of this, no matter what. Regardless of your personal relationship, her commitment to our cause has never wavered. I trust her with my life, and her dedication speaks volumes. Next, I wanted to give a shout out to my incredible team. These folks are working around the clock, pushing for justice and fighting for every single bit of fairness I deserve. I deserve. Oh my God. Their effort are nothing short of heroic, and I trust them completely to handle the battle. Now onto the Fundly page. There's been some skepticism, and I want to assure you all that every cent raised has gone straight to securing a top-notch appellate attorney who's already making a huge difference. Your support through these pages has directly contributed to that. I've got a lawyer who's in this fight with me, and it's all because of you. I can't thank you all enough for your support and patience through this chaotic time. Your belief in this cause means more than words can express, and it's helping us make real strides towards justice. You've stood by me when it's mattered most. And for that, I am eternally grateful. Stay awesome, and thanks for sticking with me, Wade. But yeah, I do think somebody's writing these for him, like probably Jesse or whatever, huh? It's like, whatever. Anyway. Hold on 1 second. Let me check. 1 second. See if there's anything else new that popped up since we've been on the live. Wait a minute. What's this? Hold on a second. All right. All right, guys. Let's see what you guys are chat with you guys a little bit. Who's here? Sarah the Duke Roberts. Who's Courtney? Oh, Courtney's that one that's like, she has like kind of a, she came out like basically trying to say Kelly was lying. She's the one that Wade left Kelly for that day when after he attacked Kelly in the car, he met with Courtney. And then Courtney came out and was trying to say Kelly was lying and that she didn't have any marks on her face and she was fully clothed and she was basically begging for Wade to stay. And but she's basically a one of Wade's supporters, and she's been like a lot of those clips that we've been watching from the WadeWives. She's been the host of them on her TikTok. So she met Wade. They said she probably only hung out with him like what, a couple times. She's like, so she basically was trying to say like Wade was the nicest guy. He would never do that. He was so nice to me, and he wasn't mean, and basically trying to say like, he wouldn't hurt anybody because he treated her so good. They're like, he was only with you for like a short period of time. So I don't know. Oh, Michelle. Tanya, I'm glad you made it though. Sean, thank you for coming. Movie star memories. Kim, James Smith. Wade's mom needs to hear what the mothers of all Wade's victims have to say about their daughter. Yeah. There wasn't a 24 coverage. I can't say this. Thank you, ASAP Lizzie. Hey, thank you, Lewis. So do you all think Kennedy interview is recent or from 20? No, I think it's for sure after the murders. I think that was the whole point. No, oh, did you see what the super chat said, Lewis? She didn't say it was before the murder. She just said it was after, like the way I took which Avery, are you still here? Avery was saying it was after the murders, but it wasn't recent. Because remember, that's 5 years ago. So she's saying it was after, but it wasn't recent. So she's saying now, after all this stuff that came out and the evidence in the trial and stuff, that now that the adoptive mom thinks that he's guilty, that he did do it, is what she's saying. But back then, right after it happened, she thought he was innocent. But I don't know. I mean, that's just what somebody said in chat. So I don't know. I haven't been able to confirm anything if that's true. But I mean, it does seem like it's definitely after the murders because that's the whole point of it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I do believe it's sometime after. I just don't know if it's like recent or, because like I said, I mean, that happened in 2019. So it could be as old as 5 years old. So I don't know. It doesn't say. But I think it is definitely after the murders. No, that's Sarah, Sofa King. Courtney is, hold on, let me find I'll show you just a quick clip of the live I played yesterday where you can see what she looks like. Wait, did I play? When did I play that? Or that was like, that must have been 2 lives ago. Yeah. So Courtney is this girl, this person right here. I'm not going to play this again. I'm going to mute it because I just don't want to, but it's her. And then she's the one that was on, she did that message where she was on the couch and she's basically talking about how, so she's basically, I don't know if you consider her Wade's ex, but because they only spent like a week together or whatever. They said she just, after he attacked Kelly, he drove and met with Courtney and left with Courtney. And then they had a few days together and that was it. And then Courtney has been speaking out saying, oh, Wade was so good to me. Kelly's lying. And she's the one that like showed text. Her and Kelly were having text messages and Courtney's trying to say like Kelly was like obsessed with Wade and wanted him back. And Courtney or Kelly saying, no, she was just trying to get him to come into town so that he could get arrested for what he did. So yeah. Yeah, right. We're going to start needing it, right, Luna? Okay. Hold on, let me see. Wonder if it's the one I just listened to. Oh, wait, is there more? Hold on. Oh, wait. How long is this clip? Well, let me see something. There's a clip from, let me see, somebody sent me. Oh, it's 8 minutes. Okay, let me see. Hold on. It's from Coral's live. All right, 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. I might have something else to play for you. Just give me 1 minute. So I wonder, that song you sent me, do you think it's copyrighted because it's on Apple Music? It just makes me wonder, like, I don't know, did they copyright it? Am I going to get a copyright from it? You never know. Whoever made it, I always get nervous because you never know. What do you think? Let me see if it says who it is. I wonder. It wouldn't sync. No, if it's AI, I think it would be good, right? You know, I'm going to play it at the very end. So if for some reason, if it is copyrighted, and hope to God they wouldn't strike it, it would just claim it, I could just clip it off the end. So I'm going to do that clip from Coral's Live first. And then supposedly in Coral's Live, it's got who in it? Let me see. There's 8 minutes. It's got April Rain, aka Haley Derby, saying she's no longer pro Wade. I don't know who Haley is. See, I guess I don't know who everybody is. Who's Haley Derby? So I'm going to play it. Maybe somebody in the chat fill me in who Haley Derby is. So supposedly whoever Haley Derby was a ex-WadeWife, and now she isn't a Wade supporter anymore. All right, let's see. Let's watch it. Hold on, I got to turn on the volume. Oh, there wasn't any sound there. Okay, hold on, let me share.
Okay, so me and you, can you hear me, first of all? Okay, me and you will talk when I want to say more detail. But
that was fine, right? That was good enough.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I did lie about my name. Funny story behind that name, that was actually supposed to be my name, because I was supposed to be born April 30th, and my name was supposed to be April Rain, but I was born 10 days late, May 10th. So my mom and dad were like, no, she's born in May. We're not going to name her April. Anyways, yes, it did. I did lie for a reason. I had somebody email my work and email my job. I turned off my LinkedIn.
Oh, that's you, Slo Morrison? I wasn't catching. You're the one that did it. Wow. All right. Okay, cool. Thank you. Then I'll for sure do it. I wasn't understanding. I didn't understand that you were saying it was you. Okay. Nice. Hold on one second. Wait, where? Oh, no. Hold on a second. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm going to continue this. But cool, I'll play it at the end. That's awesome. I listened to a little part of it. It sounds funny. All right, let's listen to this. And
deactivated it for the time being, because I think emailing my job is going way too far. I don't think I ever bullied anyone. I've been talking to Mel and Steve pretty much every day for the past few days. I've talked to Coral. I did lie and about, like Coral said, how involved I was in this, but that was because I was told to lie, as well as everybody else. And I'm sure everyone knows that. He is very good at what he does. He's a very manipulator. And the last thing I'm going to say, and me and Coral can figure out something to go into more detail later at a later date. But I kind of knew it was coming, but so I just wanted to be honest, but I did lie, and that's pretty much all I'm going to say at this point.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it takes a big person to say what you said, just to be able to say that. Like, you don't owe nobody that. All the other girls just stay hidden and just disappear, right? And you're like, you know what? You went to the main people. You had enough respect to come to me and give me a whole rundown. You had enough respect to go to Papa Steve and Mama Mel, and that alone, okay, that's to me, like, it's you didn't owe anybody that. I was definitely happy that you went to them and asked them and talked to them about it. But you also did feel like, obviously, aside from the fact that we all knew that, he had a shitty attorney, we already knew that portion of it, but you did also state, hey, I saw the interrogations and things kind of weren't lining up after that, right?
No, and yeah, absolutely. And as soon as I heard what was released the past few days, I texted Steve and I said, Steve, I'm really sorry. And there's still things to me that don't add up and don't make sense. And I told Steve that, but there was enough that lined up where I was like, you know what? I can't sit here and act like I didn't hear what I heard. And the reason I've been so silent, I deleted my burner account because I've been trying to slowly, I'm not totally separating because I still want to keep up with what's going on. And also, obviously, if things about me are said, but I've been very quiet and I've been separating myself. Like you said, I have a lot going on. My mom is in chemo. She has breast cancer. So she has another session of chemo next week. And it was just taken way too far with people emailing my work and such. That's just crazy. And so I've been separating myself as much as I can. And
okay. April is the one that was sitting next to Kristen's daughter in the trial. I'll have to find it. I have a screenshot somewhere or a clip. So she was like a huge Wade supporter originally, and I guess she said she was a journalist who was just interested in the case, and then she used to run one of the larger Wade accounts on TikTok. And then I guess someone from her side doxed her, and then she disappeared for a couple weeks. And then, yeah, that's it. But she went to sentencing, I guess, was the one that was next to Kristen's daughter. So I wonder, did she go with Kristen's daughter? Does she know Kristen's daughter? Or she just happened to sit next to her, I wonder. I don't know that, but okay.
I was lied to about, just like everybody else, I was lied to and deceived too about who Jessie was. And the thing that kills me is I sat there and had conversations with her, like about my mom and about, all of that stuff. She sat right behind me in court. And I was deceived too. I didn't know any of that.
So crazy. But yeah, we'll talk. We'll definitely see what happens going forward, and then you could decide. You'll talk to me, and we'll figure out a game plan there. But like I just wanted to put it out just so people were aware of why, because I know people get pissed off when I advocate, and like honestly, I found that the whole time you always were like pro. So I just like wanted to throw that out there too. I didn't want you to be bracketed with the group of people that were pro Wade, that were shitting on victims and using him as like a more like just the dirty talks and the weird lives, So I just wanted to put that out there so people knew that you're not in that same pocket.
Yes, and just without saying too much more, somebody asked why I was at the sentencing. I was there because Wade had, on a phone call before his communication did get cut off, Wade had asked me to be there. So I was trying to be a good friend. I was trying to be there. And actually, Jessie had told me, hey, I don't think it's a good idea to go for your own safety, is what she originally told me.
Jealous.
Now, looking back at it, I know why she didn't want me there. But yeah, she asked me, she told me she didn't think it was a good idea that I went, but I had bought my ticket already to fly there. I did not know. I did not know that was Jessie. I didn't know what her relationship with what that is. And I'm sure she has people in here screen recording right now, and that's fine. Jessie, if you are listening, if any of your little followers are listening, she lied to me too. she absolutely lied to me just like everybody else did. No one on her team knew who she was or what her relationship was to Wade. And just for FYI, for everybody saying, this call from July 18th, he said that he deleted everybody. That's not true. I started talking to him. I looked and I just had texted Steve and Mel. The very first time I talked to him on the phone was July 22nd.
Oh,
So he did not delete everybody. That is a lie.
I knew that was a lie. Obviously, that was a lie. He was lying. Yeah, right. He deleted everybody. Of course, that's a lie. But wait, does it say? Hold on, I'm going to go back and look. I'm going to play this, but I want to go back and look because where did she get July 18th?
I also got a message from him last week. So, I mean, that's a lie too. So,
I just had one of my mods had a question, and you don't have. She just wanted to know what your thoughts are on Candy's interview that was posted on the Wade official page.
Oh, I haven't watched it. I haven't listened to it. I haven't watched it. I haven't read it. I was super busy all day with work. So I don't. I haven't had a chance to listen to it. And I also, because when Jesse's calls first started coming out last week, I messaged her and I said, FYI, because I think it's better you hear it from me than hearing it on YouTube. These are the kind of calls that we had. And I told her, and then I asked her some questions and she read all my messages. She listened to my voice notes on Signal, never responded back. And I'm sure me telling her is one thing, but if they do come out and she actually hears them, I'm sure she'll be pissed. But
yeah, well, that's how it is. But hey, let's drop you off again.
Yeah, well, that's how it is. But hey, let's drop you off again.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Drop you off again. And we'll talk more when I want to say more.
Oh.
All right, I booted her out because it was echoey and it was.
Oh, good. That's it. That was interesting. So July 18th. Did it say? Maybe I missed it. I'm gonna have to listen to that phone call again because I feel like I missed a lot. I'll just listen to it laying in bed. So no multitasking, just hear everything. What do you guys think? So I got it. All right, it's slow. Yeah, I mean, it's like, wait a minute. If that was July 18th, well, I got to see when the first phone calls came out. Because how stupid are they then? Hold on a second. We got to look at that. I'm going to see when she uploaded the first call. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 minute and then we'll play that. Ooh, I did. Shoot. I accidentally clicked on YouTube Streets. Why did that? I didn't mean to click on that. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get to phone calls from prison. All right, let's see here. All right, so I guess it wasn't. Okay. So the first phone call was August 1st. Okay. Why did I think it was in July? So August 1st is the first one I could find. So I guess they weren't out yet. Okay. So I was gonna say, like, how stupid, talk and lie and all this stuff because they're gonna come out. But I mean, I think Wade can't even help it, but lie, huh? I don't know. Okay, so let's listen to that. So Slow Motion, you're saying you wrote these lyrics and made this song basically from AI? That's too much. Yes, that's Coral, Tanya. Yep. Does that say? Okay, Haley says Jesse was playing her too, but at the same time, Haley was. All right, let me get that. Okay, here we go. Let's listen.
Jesse met Wade at the kiosk then. Jesse wore Wade's boxers and is brainwashed. With Marion and Marie, your money will be gone from the fundy she built that bear in an RV. She'll have his babies and build a family while he's locked away on death row. I bet Aspen Dental let her go. Oh, what would Wilson do? He'd take that money and run. Oh, what would Wilson do? He'd strangle the life out of you. These Wade's wives believe in his lies. Conspiracies like Miami Vice. Papa Steve told us the truth, that his son likes to stretch the truth. Zero remorse, bartered a victim for Mickey D's. Oh, what would Wilson do? He'd take that money and run. Oh, what would Wilson do? He strangled the life out of you. Kristine and Diane, rest in peace.
That's funny. Wow, that's a good one. Good job, Slo Morrison. That's a perfect end to the live. But actually, I do want to find that picture. Hold on a second, of the sentencing of that girl that we just watched in sentencing. I can't remember though if I did the live showing it when I was over here on this computer or if I was there, because some of the stuff I have over there. Let's see here. Let me see. Oh yeah, I was here. Here's a. Well, that's not her. Is it? There's one that was from front on though that you could see right there. Is that? So you're saying that's her, right? I guess that's her. Supposedly, I guess. Lewis, you said in your chat, you said that she picked her up from the airport. So Kristen's daughter picked her up from the airport. No, Slo Morrison made it. Right here. She made it. She wrote the lyrics, and I guess she said, what, AI? Yeah, I didn't, not me at all. But anyway, so the one that was on with Coral, that actually, it's her, I guess. And the one that was saying basically she talked to him after Wade said that he deleted everybody. She said if her phone calls come out, Jesse's not going to be happy because it was after he promised her she deleted, he got rid of everybody. And I guess the phone calls are not going to make Jesse happy. So, but that's, I guess this is her right here. And now she's not. on Team Wade anymore, I guess, right? Yeah, good job. That's funny. No, I don't know I don't think men are jealous of Wade. He's sitting on death row. I don't think anybody wants to be him. I disagree. All right, guys, I'm going to end it. Thank you guys. It's been fun. It was a good live. Those of you that came in late, I recommend rewinding it to, it starts at like around 7 minutes. I'm going to do timestamps for this one. Actually, I ended up doing timestamps for the last 2 lives too, guys. So always look at pinned comments. I do very like detailed timestamps. I pin the comment, or if you do it's also, I do the chapters too. So if you go under the description, however you like to do them. Some people might like to do the chapters where you go under description and then you can see the chapters, or I should show you. Hold on a second. I'll show you what I'm talking about if anybody doesn't know. 1 second. Let me find my live. So this would have been, all right, I'll show y'all. So when I do them, I've been doing them almost every live now. I don't think the first few of Wade I didn't, but I've been doing it. So if you go into the pinned comments, they're all here. Whatever you want, you just click on it, it'll go to it. I wonder why that's not blue. You gotta check that out. Huh. Now it's weird. I'm have to go back and see why it's not blue. But anyway, you just click on timestamps. Or if you prefer the chapters, you go in here and here's all the chapters. Either timestamps or right here, and it has what they are. So always look. But anyway, because I take the time to do them very detailed, so it's helpful. Like I mean, if you want to just go to what you want to go, unless if you just want to listen to it all. But if you want to do a certain one, I'm trying to figure out why that one's not blue. It looks like I put everything right. Huh, that's weird. Anyway, all right, guys, have a good one, everybody. Sleep good. And I will see you when I see ya. Bye, Amy, Asane, Charlie Duck, Sean, movie stars, Michelle, show her face and support away all that. Yeah. I mean, I wonder what she's gonna say. I have a feeling that she's going to say like she just remained like silent for like safety issues. Like I have a feeling like she's going to try to go the route saying like that she was threatened and she was afraid and she had to remain silent because she had a lot of, safety concerns. I don't know. But I know how the internet can be, so that could possibly even be true if she does say that. Dude, if the internet is after you, they are extreme. Like if people are after you and they hate you for some reason, oh my Lord, it can probably get to that point. But I just have a feeling either way she might go that route. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. How long do you think she'll stay quiet? I don't know. It'll be interesting. Oh, thanks, Slo Morrison. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Dang it. I usually never assume and I ask. Dang it. Why figures? The few times that I just don't do that and I just say it, I'm wrong. But most of the time I do ask. You probably saw it. Like, are you a guy or girl? Or here? I'm sorry. I'm trying to think if no, I guess you never told me. I was going to say, like, I hope you didn't already tell me and I forgot, but I can't remember a time you did. Okay. Yeah, I know it. Go figure. The rare times I don't, I screw it up. Yeah. No, I know he's cool. But of course I got to apologize because that's just me. I feel bad, and it just figures because a lot of times I'm really good at asking before I assume, and I shouldn't have assumed because like a lot of times if I assume it's like obvious because the picture or whatever a lot of times, but I still usually like to ask. But yeah, I should have. I'm sorry, Sean. I can't control. I can only control after what happens with the ads. I can place them, but during the live, they just choose where to put them. All right. Tell you what, okay. What? Who are you talking to? Oh, I don't know where. I don't know. Good night, Sofa King. Infinite Muse. Elena. All right, everybody. Everybody. Night, Angie. I know I'm kind of hungry. Oh, Jordan. Yeah, great song, Slo. That was really good. Chad. What's up, Chad? Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, everybody have a good night. I'm trying to think of, I wonder what's tomorrow, if there's going to be a lot of new stuff or not. I know Sarah Boone had a hearing today. I didn't get to watch. I tried to like click on it a little bit, but it seemed like it's kind of boring. It seemed like. Anybody watch it? The Sarah Boone hearing? Or I don't even know what it was on. Let's just see. Oh, cool. You're new. Yay. Hi, Mindy Doolin. Glad you're here. Yay. It sounds like I don't mean it because I'm tired. That's not. I gotta go listen to those calls again. That's what I need to do. Yeah, if you guys haven't heard the calls that were she released today, definitely with Jesse, they're good. But I must have missed some. So I'm gonna listen to those. Why I make myself some something to eat because I'm hungry. Oh, good night, Tanya. Yes, that sounds good. Trying to think what we have to eat. My mom made some these burgers she got at the grocery store, the like Wahlberg, you know, like Mark Wahlberg and you know Donnie Wahlberg from New Kids on the Block and Mark. They have like that burger place, but I guess they sell burgers too at the grocery store. I guess I thought they'd be like really good or something special. Like okay, maybe we'll have some kind of something. I was disappointed. I'm like, they just kind of taste like regular burgers. I guess. What do I expect? They're just burgers. But I just thought there would be something like just like we cooked it here. So I don't know if their restaurant or whatever they have, their burger place, they have, I mean, maybe they're really good there, but yeah. Comment. All saying, oh, there it does. Yeah, they actually kind of were gross. I don't know. Definitely not one of the better burgers I've eaten. That like the texture of it even was like they were really like dense, but like not like no, it wasn't good. It was like I don't know how to describe it, but they weren't like juicy or no. Anyway. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye.